o'clock where I am, but 5 o'clock where Madison is. So I will call the Transportation Commission meeting for March 4th, 2026 to order. And Ariana, if you please read the instructions.
Welcome to our virtual meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you're asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ariana. Aiden, if you call the roll, please.
Sure thing. William Okovich.
Present.
Here.
Present.
Thank you. Sean O'Brien.
Present.
Dina Nina Martinez Rutherford.
Present.
Barbara Harrington McKinney. Ann Kovich.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Here.
Denise Jeffs.
I'm here.
Pepe Barros. Chris McCahill.
Here.
Bill Bremer.
Here.
Harold Gleams.
Here.
Kaylee Jameson.
She's excused, Aiden.
Thank you. And Lynn Olson.
Present.
Okay, Lynn, since we're missing two regular voting members until or if they show up, you would be able to make motions and vote. So we'll just have to kind of keep our eye on that. Okay. Did everybody have an opportunity to take a look at the minutes from the last meeting? Harold.
Move approval of the minutes.
Okay, there's a motion. Alder O'Brien.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, motion was carried unanimously. Aiden, I believe we may have somebody registered to speak under item 1. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have a few.
Okay.
So first we have Sage Goldner of Lakeside Street. Neither supports nor opposes, wishes to speak.
Go ahead. Sage? Can you hear us? There may be a mute that you may have to unmute yourself. I believe a link's been sent you to unmute. We can't hear you right.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good. Thanks for bearing with me on the technical side.
Sure, no problem.
So tonight I'm speaking in honor of Sasha Rosen, and I'm going to read my comments in order to have the clearest possible message for you all. My family is close to Sasha's family. Our sons were best friends and grew up together, and now Sasha's gone. And to say that we are heartbroken is an understatement. I've also lived in the Bay Creek neighborhood, so near Monona Bay, for over 18 years. And my family was first attracted to the neighborhood because it's walkable and bikeable to many of our necessary services. But ever since I moved here, I've cautioned my kids and friends and neighbors to go out of their way to avoid the busiest streets here. That's Olin, Fish Hatchery, and South Park, where there are consistent patterns of speeding and distracted driving. And my intuition was confirmed in 2017, about 10 years ago then, when UW graduate student Wenzing Huai was struck by a car and killed on South Park Street at the Vilas intersection. Since then, I've only seen more speeding, aggressive driving, frequent red light running all along South Park Street. And we need to change how this street operates to make it feel less like a thoroughfare. Because it passes through multiple residential neighborhoods, it shouldn't be used as an arterial transit highway, but as the city street it is. Where Sasha died, at the intersection of Burr Oak and South Park, there have been 5 accidents in 5 years. 4 were vehicle collisions. This past year alone, 2026, there were 3 serious accidents on South Park. In February, a truck crashed into a local business. The driver went through the windshield and was hospitalized. He was lucky. In January, a snow removal worker was hit and suffered a fractured pelvis, 3 broken ribs, a partially deflated lung, and a broken scapula on top of a traumatic brain injury. He also was lucky. Sasha was not. I'm going to conclude my remark by looking toward the future. Madison is set to see a booming population growth in the next 25 years. And as our neighborhoods expand, more and more people will move in. More and more people means more traffic, buses, cars, bikes, pedestrians. Our urban environment shouldn't make it dangerous and even fatal for people to go about their daily lives. So I implore you to keep up the good work on implementing lane reductions, raised crosswalks, pedestrian protections near sidewalks, and overall improvements in intersection and crosswalk safety on South Park. Our lives were irrevocably changed on February 5th. We can't bring Sasha back, but we can work towards safer road infrastructure that favors pedestrian safety, which can and will reduce accidents and fatalities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for coming. I'm personally very sorry for your loss and the loss of Sasha. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Thanks again for coming and sharing your thoughts. We do appreciate it. Aiden, who do we have next?
Next, we have Stephanie Bugash of Dane Street. Not sure if I. Sorry,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
seeing. I was gonna say sorry. I'm not seeing Steph. Oh, wait a minute. There they are. You should be able to talk.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today. My name is Steph Bugash. The comments that I'm sharing are my own. And as a resident who lives in Madison, Wisconsin, I come to you today to also discuss Park Street and my safety concerns. I live just 2 blocks away from Park Street, right off of it. I have 2 dogs, so I walk every day, and I cross Park Street as there's a lovely dog park on the other side that I wish to visit. I cross at the exact crosswalk where Sasha killed. I know that Sage spoke about that. I was really saddened to hear of his loss, and my heart goes out to him and his family and his friends. I can see that he was loved very much. And now every morning when I walk my dogs, a day doesn't go by where I think to myself as I cross the street, it really could have been me. The morning Sasha was killed, I took my walk at 9:30 a.m. instead of my usual 7:30 a.m. around the time when Sasha was killed. Again, I cross this street every day, multiple times, and when I push that button, I see the flashing beacon go up, and I wait because there are always cars who do not stop. I'm very lucky. The cars stop eventually for me, but I know that day Sasha was not as lucky. I think that the flashing beacon is not enough. As Sage talked about, Park Street is not and should not be an arterial pathway to the downtown area. I actually work in public health. I have my master's in public health from UW-Madison and do work in this area to help make streets safer for people to move their bodies and use active transportation. I have read the evidence around how to make streets safer for pedestrian and bicyclists. What the evidence says is that setting speed limits or using flashing speed reduction signs do not work. The evidence shows that we need to design the road for the speed that we want. If you design the road to be able to go 50, people will go 50. I know that day the driver was going 62 because you can go 62 on that road. It is easy to do. If you design the road to only go 25, people will drive 25. I have seen these traffic calming efforts. I know that there are multiple designs around Madison have been popping up. There's been multiple bump outs in areas. A bump out does two things, and maybe the commission is aware of this, but it narrows the street, making drivers, because of the design of the road, be more cautious and slow down. Bump outs also help reduce the area that pedestrians are actually in the street. I know that Park Street is up for redesign. That's the great news here. I have seen the plans. I know that this committee has discussed these plans before. So I'm asking you all to take another look at those plans and consider the pedestrians. Consider me as I walk across the street every day. Consider Sasha's schoolmates and other students that are going to walk across that street as well. And ask yourself, with these plans, would you feel safe to walk across Park Street every day? I also ask that you consider, when you're looking at other plans and making other adjustments to other streets and major areas around Madison, to also take the pedestrian safety at first and foremost. I know that Madison has a Vision Zero plan, a commitment to reaching zero traffic deaths. And I ask that y'all hold that commitment as you move forward in your future plan making. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much for coming, and we appreciate your comments. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks for coming and sharing your thoughts. Who else do we have, Aiden?
Next, we have Yaron Greenwald of Emerald Street, wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I also did not know Sasha, but would have liked to, and I'm heartbroken that I will never be able to. My comment also touches on the pedestrian beacons, and in particular, at the last meeting of this committee, one of the people commenting, I don't remember their name, talked about almost getting hit in the almost getting hit because of how the pedestrian beacon functions in multi-lane, high car volume, low pedestrian volume locations. I was very surprised by this. That stood out to me because I had actually had a very similar experience, and experience mid-September. The thing I'd like to bring up is that in the previous meeting, in responding to many of these comments, decisions were justified by saying that the current designs were data driven. And in particular, in September, in a September 10th meeting, discussing that sorts of data, these reflector beacons were described as having a pretty good safety record because they're infrequently used in high volume streets. In high car volume streets because the pedestrian crossings are infrequent and low volume. The thing that I'm concerned about when calling this data-driven decision making is that I don't see where pedestrian near miss experiences like mine, like the one described last meeting, are actually appearing in the data, and data-driven decision-making can only be justified if you can actually defend the data. I think Stephanie mentioned a lot of traffic calming with evidence that does in fact look at take pedestrian experience as a first class source of data, and not just when it happens to interact with cars. I think when we are redesigning Park Street and when we are evaluating these things, the fact that if we are not centering the pedestrian experience as a source of that data, then it's inaccurate, and it causes it builds unsafe environments when ignoring that. This was exactly the blind spot, the design blind spot that made that crossing in Park Street so dangerous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks again for coming and sharing your thoughts. Do we have anyone else, Aidan?
Yes, so we have one more. Alexandre Minot of Canterbury Road wishes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to speak in favor of street safety today. I'd like to start by thanking the city staff and the member of this commission that worked so late last week to talk about street safety at this commission. I think it was discussed for over 3 hours, and I really appreciate that. I was surprised to see that such a long meeting had no action items at the end of the meeting. We saw a presentation about the redesign of Park Street, and yet we saw uncontrolled crosswalks that had 7 lanes of motorized traffic. So I'm a little bit unconvinced that that's indeed a better design, even though it was claimed to be a better design. We saw a presentation by the city that shows a very slight downward trend in crashes since 2020. It's very slight downward. It's definitely not going to get us to Vision Zero. And we see a presentation by Madison PD that say they can't keep up with all the infringements. So what are we doing? Like, how do we get over this? And so what I've seen is in the past 5 years since I've lived in Madison is little spot treatments here and there, an RVFB here, high visibility crosswalk there, but it doesn't address what we're seeing in the entire city. And so we need citywide measures. And why are we not reducing the speed limit in the entire city? I agree with Madame Bougache, who spoke before, that we need a massive infrastructure change. I also think that a speed reduction in the entire city would help us go in the right direction. I'm from Paris. Paris just switched its speed limit to 19 miles an hour for the entire city, and Paris is a significantly bigger city than Madison. So if Paris can do it, why can't we? So that is my question for the commission today, and I would like an answer, please. Why are we not lowering the speed limit to 20 miles an hour, or maybe 25 miles an hour if 20 miles an hour seems crazy, which again it's not, because many cities bigger than us have done it. I've heard from Director Tao that people don't follow the speed limit. I agree with that. I don't think it's a counter argument though. He also said that it was an unpopular measure. I also agree with that. I also don't think it's a counter argument. I don't think any of you are on this commission because you want to be popular. You're here to help safety, and that is your number one responsibility. You all know that. And so I would like an answer from the city on this, or from a member of this commission. Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming and sharing your thoughts this evening. This is time during the meeting where you can share your thoughts with us, and we have action items on our agenda that we need to address this evening. So does anyone here have and thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. It's appreciated. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, seeing none. Aiden, did you say that was the last one under item 1?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any disclosures or recusals this evening? No? Okay, so let's move on to item 2 regarding proposed updates to the Transportation Commission ordinance. Christoph, go ahead.
Okay, I will go ahead and share here. Okay, so we are coming to you today with some proposed updates to the Transportation Commission ordinance. And so what I want to do is talk through those and then give everybody the chance, obviously, to answer some questions about this, to ask some questions about this. So there are 2 kinds of changes we are proposing here. One is a change to the street geometry process to eliminate the potential for stalemate. We realized last year that the way the process has been set up basically can set up a situation where if Common Council and Transportation Commission disagree, if Common Council and Board of Public Works disagree, Board of Public Works and Transportation Commission disagree, there really is not a mechanism in the ordinance for resolving that. So we are proposing a change to allow that. We are also proposing a cleanup of the list of powers and approvals, a lot of which were rather vaguely stated, simply to make it very clear what Transportation Commission is acting on. Overall, none of these are significant changes to the day-to-day function of the Transportation Commission. The instances we're addressing here are very rare, and the powers and approvals changes we are making actually are pretty much bringing this in alignment with the way things are already operating. So I will start with the street geometry process. That is defined in section 33.566A. And that process is set up to do multiple things. The basic idea here is Transportation Commission approves geometric design variances from the Complete Green Streets Guide, but the final authority for approving those projects lies with the Common Council. The process as defined in the ordinance looks like this in terms of a flow chart. We come in from the top, the staff proposes roadway geometry, Transportation Commission considers that geometry. Transportation Commission here is dealing with the road geometry, but not other parts of the project, which is why Board of Public Works is also involved. The street project obviously involves things like storm drainage. It involves things like utilities, involves things like trees. And basically, the Transportation Commission can either approve the geometry or not approve the geometry. At that point, it goes to Board of Public Works. That is not an immediate process because we are preparing drawings in the meanwhile. And Board of Public Works can either recommend approval, recommend against approval, or refer back to Transportation Commission. And then from Board of Public Works, if it's not referred back, it goes to Common Council, which has a choice of approving or not approving. What is notable here is that there really isn't a process built in here for council to do anything other than approve or not approve. And there is also nothing built in here for a situation in which council and Transportation Commission disagree. So Transportation Commission cannot approve something that council wants to do, and at that point there is basically a stalemate here. In reality, though, there isn't a stalemate because Common Council always has the power to override anything, given that it can set ordinances. So the basic issue here is that if the Board of Public Works disagrees with TC, Board of Public Works can refer back, but there is no mechanism for resolution. So basically, you can just end up with an endless loop there. If council disagrees with TC or Board of Public Works, council can vote no, but there's also no mechanism for approval. For resolution of that. And that, I think, encourages council to go outside the process and basically pass a one-off resolution or an ordinance dictating the geometry of a street. That is the only kind of resolution built in the process right now. And I think that happening, normalizing that happening, undercuts the way Complete Green Streets is supposed to work and also adds significantly to the workload of council. I think one of the great benefits of the existence of TC is that council is not having detailed discussions on the geometry of roadways. Ultimately, this current process seems to work well on nearly every project. It is very rare that the current process does not work, and the intent is not to change that process. The intent is to create a sort of safety valve for the moments where it does not work. So the proposed process looks like this, that either Board of Public Works or the Common Council can refer back to the Transportation Commission with direction. And Transportation Commission can then either approve a new geometry that follows that direction, or if it fundamentally disagrees with that direction, put its disagreement on the record and then basically delegate to staff to continue to work with Board of Public Works and Common Council to move it forward. So there's not an option there to not move forward. There is an option to express disagreement and let it keep working through the process. So if council disagrees with the TC decision, council can refer back to TC with direction. This is very intentionally set up to allow relatively broad direction, that council does not have to dictate details here. It can simply say, for example, we want to preserve more of the trees, which would then allow Transportation Commission to figure out what best to do with that. And like I said, Transportation Commission can then either approve or delegate. That means TC is always involved, and it can refine based on what council said, but it's also not forced to approve something it does not agree with. And in that action of delegating to staff, TC can put its objections and its recommendations on the record. There's no standoff, and staff can assure that any selected design meets our basic design standards. If Board of Public Works disagrees, the same basic process applies. Generally, Board of Public Works is involved here because of those kind of non-transportation elements. But again, Board of Public Works here does not need to specify a design. It can simply say, for example, we need a design that avoids this impact on storm sewers, for example. Transportation Commission can either approve a geometry that meets that direction or delegate to staff. So again, TC is involved and can refine, also not forced to approve. The other benefit here is that if the delegating to staff process is followed, Transportation Commission has the opportunity to put its objections and its desires very clearly on the record, and those then become part of the record that goes to council. And if council then agrees with Transportation Commission and disagrees with Board of Public Works, council can in turn give clear direction of this is what we want. And therefore, TC can be clearly heard in that process. So that is our proposal for the process change. The other changes that are included here are, first of all, with staggered alder elections, we have to modify all of our commission ordinances to set alder terms to 1 year. So this is doing that in the process. That is happening with all of our commissions that have alders on them. We are clearly adding that TC is working to eliminate disparities for people with disabilities, as well as disparities for people of color and people of low income, as well as rewording that under advice from the city legal folks. And secondly, we are adding mobility devices as an element of the city's transportation system, since obviously as we are designing, things like wheelchairs are a very important part of our considerations. We are also eliminating 2 provisions in here. One is making recommendations on budgets to the Common Council. This is not actually something TC has been doing. And likewise, an annual report. I think that report has pretty much been replaced by Legistar, because if you want a record of what Transportation Commission did in a year, that record exists. In terms of powers, we're adding a reference in 33.566B3XI that all of the items in 33.567 are included. We are removing the complete Green Street section, since everything there is a repeat of what is in other sections. So just to avoid confusion, you can see down here which other sections everything is covered in. We are removing regional transit contract services and pass programs because those kind of contracts actually require Common Council approval, so TC does not have final decisions on those. And then we are doing a number of clarifications. We had route additions, extensions, and contractions, but clearly a route realignment, shifting a route to a different street, is also something that should require approval. So we are clearly stating that. Changes to headways and hours of service, we are making clear it is significant changes. If Metro wants to change the schedule so the last bus of the day departs 1 minute later or 5 minutes later, that should not require approval. And our intent when we say something like significant is that the relevant divisions can propose policies to TC of the definition of significance. For example, on the Metro side, what is a major service change, which can be linked with federal requirements and everything else. Same goes for bus stops, significant changes in locations, removals of bus stops or consolidations of bus stops. Significant changes in location just refers to the fact that if we're just going to move the sign by a couple feet, that obviously is not something that would need approval, but a removal or a consolidation would. We had a statement of transit for people with disabilities, which is very vague. Clearly, TC should weigh in on significant changes in complementary paratransit services, as TC weighs in on bus stops and fixed route service, which obviously also serves people with disabilities. We are adding the parking meter test area program, since that's already in another ordinance. We are saying up school crossing guard policies and operations rather than just school crossings, since school crossings could mean any number of things. For safety programs and policies, saying transportation related, because I don't know, for example, safety at park swimming pools is not on the TC agenda. Addition or removal of traffic signals. Obviously, TC isn't considering minor changes to timing, it's considering new signals. We spelled buses incorrectly in the ordinance, so we are taking the chance to fix that. And then also on the appeal process for items that Transportation Commission has final approval on, we added a little more flexibility on agenda timing in terms of which council meeting it lands on. this, in some cases, can give a little more time to prepare for that meeting and just basically scheduling flexibility, and also just adding the grounds that council can reverse decision on for not being in compliance with state or federal law or regulation or breach of contract, in addition to the items that were already in there. So that is our proposed changes, and I'm happy to answer any questions anybody may have on those.
Thanks, Christoph. Aiden, I didn't clarify, but I assume there's nobody registered to speak on this item?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go right to comments or questions for Christoph. Any comments or questions for Christoph? A really helpful slide deck. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. And thanks, Christoph, for the concise explanation of what was probably a bunch of work. I'm curious mostly about the change in the relationship between TC and Common Council. Just trying to wrap my head around a lot of it. First of all, I am curious if you can speak to why this change is needed, if it's, as you said, not something that comes up often or ever.
So in some cases, we have sidestepped this issue because we saw we were going to face it and we had to try to find another way out around the process. And we have been in instances where we basically had discussions with alders, which very nearly led to having a standalone ordinance, but that did not happen. So it is very, based on our experience, it is very definitely a possibility, which we would like to resolve. So that is the intent here, and we've had the alders who sponsored this were coming from that of this is something we would like to resolve. So that is what triggered that. So I think there were two parts to the question.
I held on to any follow up, but I do have a follow up then. I'm hoping you could sort of talk me through how it works. So let's say there have been cases where TC has been in favor of some tree removal so that we could provide pedestrian accommodations,
yes.
Even though that was controversial among a lot of folks. If that made its way to council and folks at council said, no, we need to save those trees,
yes.
and it came back to TC and we still said, no, our recommendation doesn't change, what happens then?
That is where you have the process that basically allows for the delegation to staff. So what you are saying at that point is, we disagree with you, Common Council. We do not think this is the right decision. And therefore, we do not approve it. Instead, we delegate our role of approving exceptions to Completes Green Streets to staff. So the project moves forward, staff is involved in, presumably in that case, negotiating the best way we can to meet that. But it then moves forward to council, and council can approve the project as it desires.
And under the current system, council could just decide to, by one-off ordinance, override TC anyway.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So that's what would happen. The current system is it would get stuck at TC, and then a council member could choose to just basically file an overriding ordinance.
Okay. Thanks. That's all for now.
Thanks, Chris. Haro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Christoph. It's always nice to review these ordinances and clean them up and think through scenarios. So me being the person being on the Board of Public Works and TC, I mean, I see some of this, and so I've been in my mind thinking through some of the cases where we've had disagreements, and I think the case that Commissioner McHale maybe had in mind was also one that I thought about, Mineral Point Road, the multi-use path, and I think what happened there is TC approved the geometry, Board of Public Works disagreed, but did not send it back to TC, but I think sent it to council, at which point an alder made some kind of compromise resolution, and then it was approved. Does that sound?
What happened, Harold, is that I researched this because that was the one that I recall. And what happened was TC made a recommendation on geometry with, wider sidewalk, and Board of Public Works disagreed and didn't quite agree with everything that we had sent. So they didn't agree with what staff recommended. They had a different proposal. That ended up in a substitute. As you said, I forget which alder, but alder proposed a substitute representing what Board of Public Works recommended. And what ended up at council was TC's recommendation was one thing, Board of Public Works was another thing, and several of us, myself included, I think you may have gone to, Harold, went to council and said our piece. And in that particular case, the council approved TC's recommendation. But maybe, Christoph, you could say, okay, so that's what happened. So what would have happened if we had the new process in place?
Yeah. No, and I think what's interesting about that is that, as I understand it, obviously I wasn't there for that, is that essentially Board of Public Works modified the geometry and sent it straight to council, which in my mind actually undercuts the role of Transportation Commission in here and undercuts sort of what the intent of the ordinance is. So following this process, what would happen is Board of Public Works would send it back to Transportation Commission with a save these trees direction. And at that point, Transportation Commission would have one of two options. One is work with staff to modify the geometry so that directive is fulfilled and Transportation Commission is happy, which in a process like that could happen, because I think one of the benefits of sort of going back through here is you might develop a third option that accomplishes what Board of Public Works wanted and accomplishes what TC wants. So, there is an opportunity there to reconcile. If, however, Transportation Commission felt that it was not possible to meet that direction with the geometry, with the directive as it came from Board of Public Works, basically delegates to staff, staff goes ahead and moves it through the process, and it then arrives at Common Council with what Board of Public Works approved, but also with clearly stated on the record that Transportation Commission disagreed with that and preferred something else. At that point, Common Council then has the option to say, no, we're sending it back with clear direction that we prefer X. And that then can then get resolved through the process. So that,
and if I could just interject and clarify that what happened last time, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Christoph, but I don't believe what Board of Public Works did was an option under the ordinance. They could have sent it to the council. They could have said, no, we don't approve it, or they could have sent it back to the Transportation Commission. But I don't believe it says anywhere that they could have sent something different to the council. Is that right, Christoph?
The ordinance as it stands right now really does not give them that option. Yeah. And I will say one of our takeaways from just our discussions on this is part of what we need to do here, if we pass a new ordinance, is actually make sure the relevant handbooks for the relevant commissions actually clearly outline how this is supposed to work, and make sure that on the staff side as well, staff is really clear on how this is supposed to work.
Thank you. That is helpful and matches what I'm thinking. I think the other case where maybe it didn't rise to that level or the Board of Public Works in the end approved, but were barely approved, is sidewalk installations, where there's often, often the public will only show up after they have received a notice of assessments, and then you have a Board of Public Works meeting where you have sometimes one, two, sometimes more people speak up, say, the sidewalk is expensive, it's a hardship, we don't want it. And then the Board of Public Works takes those concerns into account, and often it seems these barely get approved. And what it doesn't ever seem to be the case that that would then lead to getting back to the Transportation Commission. But like, yeah, we should not have the sidewalk, and that's what gets to council. And so, yeah, I think I agree with your assessment that maybe making that, I think, you know, the Transportation Commission has a wonderful handbook that spells out a lot of this. So if you read that, you as a commissioner get a lot of direction. I don't think the Board of Public Works actually has a handbook. And so I think with the ordinance change, making that education when we onboard commissioners, when, as you mentioned, staff, I think play a role into this to have a clear understanding, like, what am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to take as the basis for my decision making is, I think, important.
Mm-hmm. Harold, you bring up a great point that and it's on our list we'll revise the handbook. We'll have to bring a revision to the handbook back to show this new process in the handbook once the ordinance makes it all the way through the council. So it'll be clearer, and it'll be online. If anybody from Board of Public Works is interested, Harold, you can point them to that section of the handbook while we'll explain it. And I don't know, maybe we'll even put your flowcharts in there, Christoph, so that it's real clear to people what the process is in the ordinance. So yeah, great point about the handbook. Chris, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, were you done, Harold?
Yeah, Chris should go ahead. I have one more thing, but I'll ask.
Are you sure? Because you still have the floor.
No, it's good to switch around.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
I just have a small one. Is mobility device defined in the ordinance, or do you think it is clear enough in the context what that means? Because as someone in the transportation space, it conjures up all kinds of images to me, including scooters.
It is not defined in the ordinance that I know of. And I mean, I think that is the kind of thing where I could imagine a proposal to add some text here to make that clearer. I don't know off the top of my head exactly what the best is, but there may be somebody on this body who has a good idea on that.
Okay, let's see. Harold, go ahead.
Well, if you ask like that, maybe there's a way to refer to state statute if it's defined there. Mobility device defined as. I assume there's something in state statute somewhere, or we can take whatever's in there. Yeah, so the other questions that I had were related to Metro, and this is one thing that it's timely because I've been asking myself over the past few months when there has been news about Metro's budget, about ridership, and I've been asking myself, like, what exactly is TC's role in I don't know, executing some kind of oversight or direction over Metro, where, like, yes, the bus stop, like what we see in practice is we do the bus stop changes when there are significant changes to service, we get that, but we don't get a whole lot of like information at the high level, like, you know, how is ridership going? There was, as I mentioned, we have this huge budget shortfall, which eventually would potentially translate into cuts in routes. But that's not something, you know, we don't get a quarterly Metro report, and maybe, I don't know if we should get one. So can you maybe speak a little bit more about the role of Transportation Commission and other, I don't know, I guess if it's not Transportation Commission, then who is serving some of those other functions? Like, you know, we don't have a Transit Commission, we don't have a Metro board.
I mean, I would say in general, those functions are split between TC and council. That council ultimately has the budget oversight, and obviously finance and others are, you know, council delegates to others in that. But ultimately, I think if the question is who is the equivalent to a transit board for approving Metro budgets, it is Common Council. But then things like service changes, the intent has been Transportation Commission is in a better place to sort of dig into the details of service changes and bus stops and so forth. I think your question about reports is a really good one. I don't think it speaks to ordinance specifically because Transportation Commission can, and obviously does, regularly ask for all sorts of reports. I'll also say that one of the things that Jamie has been saying a lot since she got in is there are reports she would like to see. She talks about doing scorecards and so forth. And I think that once the processes for those are in place, this is probably a very appropriate body to hear that. So I think not getting the kind of reports you talk about, I don't think is sort of an inherent fact or not fact of the structure of Transportation Commission. I think it sort of speaks more to how Metro has been run in the past. And I think one of our goals now is to really put a lot more of that data out to the public and have a lot more information for how are we doing, which Transportation Commission, I think, serves a very appropriate role for, as a former transit board member, I found one of the functions of a transit board is simply to be a public venue in which information is shared and questions can be asked and the public is able to comment. And I think in that sense, Transportation Commission is really serving that function. So yeah, we welcome you to ask us for things, but also internally, I think we're already doing a lot of thinking about what kind of information do we want to share? It just takes putting the systems in place to do that, which is, if we don't have certified passenger counters, the amount of ridership reporting we can't do as much, which is why we're busily working with the FTA to get our counter certified. So some of this is back of the house system stuff, but I think in the future, definitely expect to hear more from us on Metro stuff at TC.
Very good. Yeah, no, I acknowledge the practical challenges, but yeah, ridership seems like such a key metric. On-time performance is something that we've heard about a lot, levels of crowding, all those good metrics. And yeah, I mean, once you have a good dashboard or whatever that's publicly available, maybe you don't need to have a dedicated time at TC, but yeah, so I look forward to what you can do there. And then the last piece, could you go to the slide about traffic signals?
Yes, just a sec.
Toward the end, I think, isn't it? Yeah.
This one?
Yeah. So previously it said TC has the final decision on traffic signals, and now it says addition or removal of traffic signals.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
One thing that came to mind with that, where the old version, we had discussions about general approaches to having people to push buttons to cross pedestrian crossings versus recalling them. I think there have been, talk about what traffic signal timing can do to contribute to Vision Zero. And I mean, most of that I think is totally fine. Staff can handle that and should handle it. And this is not something that should be discussed in detail, but I feel like sometimes there are maybe slightly larger things that TC would be interested in contributing to other than just, we install or remove a traffic signal. I don't know.
I would say I very much agree with that. And I think other provisions within the ordinance also basically set up TC as having a broader role of general oversight and discussion, as I think what you're describing is not as much an approval process as it is a sort of a venue to sort of have discussions about policies and goals. And I do think that other parts of the ordinance cover that. And I imagine what you're thinking about is not something where we would have a discussion about how the push buttons function at the intersection of Willie and Patterson. We would have a discussion about what our approach to push buttons is generally citywide. And that would put in the part of the ordinance, which is the more general statement rather than the detailed intersection by intersection approval. I noticed Yang turned his camera on, so I don't know if he wants to add to that.
Yeah, go ahead, Yang.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a really good question. That's a great discussion. I think Christoph, had a good answer on that. I've been thinking about that as well. From a staff perspective, we do welcome, the guidance, the direction, the input from TC on how we generally operate our traffic signals to serve a bigger purpose, right? For mobility, for safety, for other purposes. So I think what we can do is that I do think the change is making it better. It didn't cover everything still, but I think what we can do is that staff can proactively bring in those policy level decisions to TC proactively. When we need those guidance, we need to use input. For example, like low turn on red could be part of the one of the issue that we do want TC's input. So we have planned to bring that over to TC in the near future. So I just want to see this great discussion, and I think with the trust between TC and the staff, I'm confident that we can make it work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. And shout out to you and your team. There's so much good stuff happening with traffic signals, like all the leading pedestrian intervals, there's so much good stuff happening. So thanks. All right, that's all.
Thanks, Carl. Bro, go ahead.
Thanks, Ian. I was thinking when discussing about adding or removal of traffic signals, that is certainly more than that. And what came to mind in my thoughts was in this item is transition plans. And because a lot of the things that we're involved with in transition plans is adding accessible pedestrian signals. And I think that when those, to having a review of the transition plan items regarding traffic signals is kind of one of those items that I'm interested in, I guess, is that when we look at the transition plans and the status of how progress we're making and so forth, that is the part of the traffic signals that I think is important.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. I think that that particular section applies to powers and approving this or approving that. And I think the ordinance has general provisions that talk about pedestrian safety and talks about the general role of the Transportation Commission and our general powers. And I think a lot of what we're talking about, Harold, what you mentioned, Bill, what you mentioned, is, as both Yang and Christoph mentioned, is covered elsewhere in the ordinance. Yang, I noticed you turned your camera back on again. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Anne. Yeah, actually, you said it really well. I do think there are other parts of the ordinance and other part of the TC operations, like for example, like the work plan. Can help us cover other areas of traffic signal. For example, I think Bill brought a really good example, the transition plan. So we do think, TC, we'll hear about that. And, when those things discussed, traffic signal is going to be a big component, especially accessible pedestrians, buttons, right, and signals. So I think that's one example that other part of ordinance and other items we're going to take to TC will touch on part of traffic signals, and that will definitely influence our work on traffic signals. So not just addition and removal, but how we maybe even like for example, construction projects, critical locations. We may bring signal design to the commission, as part of the whole street design. So that's another example that we can bring in different aspects of traffic signal to the commission, get the input, get the guidance from you. So thank you.
Yeah, and I would
Thanks,
say in general, sort of approach here from the staff side. First of all, in general, whenever TC asks us for a briefing or a report on anything, we will provide a briefing or a report on that. I think that is a really important part of the relationship here. And it is often that it's not a specific action item. It's a discussion. It's a briefing that is, I think, some of the most impactful work that happens here. The second thing is, I think from a staff standpoint, we are very much looking to set policies that guide us citywide. And I think a lot of the examples we just heard are the kind of things where we want a citywide approach to making traffic signals accessible, not a one-off approach to it. And those kind of citywide policies, many of which fall under the umbrella of Complete Green Streets, are exactly the kind of things we want to bring to this body.
Thanks. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you so very much. First of all, thank you, Christoph, for this presentation, and I found it quite interesting. I heard, and Chair, you let me know where this should fit, but I heard the term of onboarding, especially with Alder serving that 1 year rotational term. Is that where would the onboarding process come into play? Is it, where does that fit? Where would that fit? I guess that's what I'm asking. I don't know if it's appropriate to put it in, but it came into the conversation when Christoph was presenting.
Christoph, can I just say something and then toss it to you? Every time a new alder is onboarded as an alder, I've seen the orientation process, and they meet with the transportation department, and my understanding is they meet with staff and traffic engineering. And Yang, maybe you can, Christoph hasn't been here as long, so maybe you can confirm this. And they meet with Metro, they meet with parking. So there is a transition plan that for every part of the city that the alders interact with, and we at Transportation Commission have a transportation handbook and a transportation work plan that we give the alders access to. And Yang, I'm going to toss it to you because, with the last 2 new alders that onboarded, you and I had a meeting with them and we went over a lot of this stuff as they were first appointed. So can I toss it to Yang first and then Christoph? Because Yang, we've worked on this in the past.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Everything you said, Diane. We do, meet with new alders, as city agency. There are quite a few city agencies, so I'm not sure whether the alders had a chance to meet with every one of us. But definitely, traffic engineering has been one of those that I think we met with every new alder. They're always interested in talking to us because we are one of the most contacted city agencies in the city. So I think that TC is very unique in the city commissions, boards, and committees. That TC has a really good system, as an largely thanks to Anne's good work and leadership. I think Harold said we have a really good handbook. We have a lot of good training materials. We developed an annual work plan. From the very beginning of this commission, when it was formed, quite a few years ago. So many, city boards, commissions, and committees just don't have this. So I think that that makes the onboarding process a lot easier at a TC for new members.
Okay, thank you so very much for the response. And the reason that I brought it up is that when I came on board, it was during the period of time when there were 2 separate commissions, and I'm not able to name them right now. And that was what was on the board. More and more, I'm realizing how critically important, and Christoph said relationship building, and that is so key. And so I wanted to lift that up so that when we're looking at transportation has such a broad category, and it is really very, very important that the alders coming on board understand where the transportation fits in so many categories. It's not just where trees are, where stop signs are. It is a collaborative a process, and I want to make sure that we lift that up. And so that's why I brought up the topic of onboarding. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Okay, so we've had a lot of good discussion. I think the only item that we have that might potentially be open, and correct me if I'm wrong, is potentially a better definition of mobility device. You know, how it reads now is, I'm just going to read this so that everybody can hear what we're talking about. Except as provided below, the Transportation Commission shall review and approve all major changes to the city's transportation system, including transit, pedestrian, bicycle, mobility device, and motor vehicle elements of the city's transportation system, or changes outside of adopted policies. So that's where we are. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, just on that, it turns out the state defines electric personal assistive mobility device, but I'm not a city attorney, so I don't have any real thoughts on the right way to handle that.
Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that's when Segways were really coming on board. Segway went around, the company went around to all the states, and got state laws changed to define their product as a mobility device. So under state law, that's probably what we're talking about, because things like electric wheelchairs or even electric scooters used by people with disabilities, I think, have their own category under state law. Oh, Lynn's shaking her head, but she probably knows more. But anyway, I think that's usually what we're talking about. I know that Segways were defined as mobility devices for better or worse, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't see Eric Finch on here, and I think he's the one who suggested we add that. Lynn, go ahead.
Well, I was really glad this came up because this was something that it alerted me from the retail sector. We had a lot of trouble with that because there are people who use Segways as their disability device, their accessibility device to counter their disability. So it's a pretty wide category. So it'll be interesting to see where this lands because, Segways will go right in there, scooters, and that may be used by a person who actually needs it.
Thanks, Lynn. It's really interesting listening to this conversation. It makes me wonder if maybe just leaving it as mobility device is better, because who knows what they're going to come up with next year, related to something that could be used as a mobility device to help people. So maybe just calling it mobility device at this point in time might work well. And something I just want to remind people about is as we work on curb management over the course of, I don't know, next couple of years, Christoph, whatever time frame, we're going to need to bring back the Transportation Commission ordinance, I think, once we get at that stage to review things again. So we might be able to clarify it there. Did you have something else, Lynn? Were you complete, Lynn?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
One other thought here, reading this again. This is basically a list of elements that the Transportation Commission reviews and approves major changes to. So nothing in there says we are prioritizing one element, like nothing in that statement says we are prioritizing one element or another. And nothing in that statement says we are taking a one-size-fits-all approach to that. So if this mobility device is read to include a wide range of devices, it is saying that that is absolutely a subject that the Transportation Commission considers, but it doesn't mean that the Transportation Commission has to think of an electric wheelchair or a Segway or an electric scooter as the same thing. It simply says that all of those fall within the set of things that the Transportation Commission considers. And in that sense, it feels like a broad definition here is actually useful.
Okay, are there other comments or questions? Chris, go ahead.
Are we looking for a motion?
I am.
Okay, I move that we recommend approval.
Okay, there's a motion. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
I second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second that we recommend approval. Chris, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, there's a motion on the table. Is there discussion regarding the motion? Or further discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote in favor, unless anybody wishes to vote no, wishes to abstain, or wishes a roll call vote. If so, please raise your hand and let me know. Okay, the motion is passed unanimously. And thanks, Christoph, and everybody else for all of your work on that. A lot of great work, and I appreciate all of that effort. So thanks. Great. We're going to move on to item number 3, which is discussion about Regent Street. And Aiden, just confirm for me, I believe we have a number of people registered to speak on that. Is that correct?
We do. We have about 15.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll hear from staff, and then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll have our discussion. So, Tom, are you going to take the presentation?
Yep, that's me.
Okay, go ahead, Tom. Thanks.
All right. Hi, everyone. Tom Moore, Traffic Engineering, here to talk about Regent Street, and excited to show you what we've been working on. So this is Regent Street between Randall Avenue and Park Street. And I'll just quickly go through what I'll talk about here. So I'll give you some background, go through how we came about our design, and then we'll dig into the design, going through each aspect one by one, and then we'll wrap it up. So Regent Street today, this is the cross section, 48 feet wide pavement, and there are peak hour lanes, eastbound in the morning, westbound in the afternoon, parking throughout, narrow sidewalks and narrow terraces. This is what it looks like. This is a view looking west from Mill Street towards Charter and Orchard. So a lot of pavement. This does a good job of showing how narrow the sidewalks and terraces are, how much pavement there is, the parking utilization, what's going on in the terrace, street lights on the south side, private utilities on the north side overhead that then string across to buildings on the south side. A little bit of background, just a reminder, we've gone through a few different meetings here. We had a public information meeting in September. That's where we primarily received feedback from the public, went through just some basic things with the project. We came here to the Transportation Commission December 3rd. We got some more feedback from you that helped us with the design. And then we had a second public information meeting in January, and that's where we showed different alternatives and showed a preferred alternative. So just getting into design and how we come about designs for streets, we lean heavily on the Complete Green Streets Guide. This was a policy adopted by the city. And within that guide, streets are classified by street type. And Regent Street is a community main street. You can see on the map, this is the map that identifies the different class types for different streets. And you can see that Regent Street is a community main street on the map. So what is a community main street? This is, I think the best way to think about it is like a typical town main street lined with businesses, storefronts, probably one of the oldest types of streets there are, back from the start of towns when they first popped up. The community main street was the first thing there, where people got together and it had everything they needed. So, but kind of go through each one of the aspects of the street. For the walkway, wide sidewalks with buildings close and touching the sidewalk. The flex zone, hardscape or landscape terraces, bike racks, enhanced transit stops, sidewalk cafes, higher demand for on-street parking, more frequent turnover, pedestrian scale streetscapes and amenities that encourage people to walk. Parking may be a higher priority, and loading zones, if needed, should be provided around the corner on intersecting minor streets. The travel way, that's the width of the street where people are moving, so bike lanes, travel lanes, generally one lane in each direction. Left turn lanes are common at controlled intersections. Bike lanes should be included and may require consideration of parking options on side streets or in structured parking. And then additional considerations, vending locations, bike share opportunities, crosswalk enhancements, including raised crossings, intersections, peak hour traffic volumes, and need for peak hour travel lane, snow storage, and accessible parking. So I wanted to go through this in detail because we're going to cover all this and how it relates to our design. But first, a little bit of engagement. We probably did more engagement on this project than maybe any other. We had a big public survey. The meetings that I mentioned earlier, small group meetings, one-on-one meetings, emails, phone calls. But for the survey, this kind of shows the priorities that people picked out. Safety for all users, pedestrian amenities, traffic flow were the top 3. And then bike comfort, sense of place, event operations, and parking were the bottom 4. So after our initial public information meeting, we went back with our consultant, KL Engineering, and came up with 3 alternatives to consider. One was a narrowed lane option, which is similar today, but just narrowing the lanes a little bit to get as wide of terraces and sidewalks as we could. The second option was a all ages and abilities bike facility that would connect between Randall and Mill Street, which was a path on the sidewalk level on the south side. And the third option was a 2-lane option with mid-block parking and delivery lane cutouts. After we went through these, we leaned on the third option, which was a 2-lane option. But after more feedback, and especially from fire and police, we learned that that was not a viable option because of the emergency vehicle access requirements on Regent Street. So the hospital on between Brooks and Park Street, there's Unity Point Meriter Hospital, there's the UW clinics, but the main thing is the emergency room at the hospital. So these are the emergency routes to get to that emergency room. And that emergency room is the ER for any call that comes in the Midtown Police District. So any call there that needs an emergency room transport goes to that emergency room. So a lot of those calls are going through Regent Street. So with the emergency vehicle requirement, we have to have a minimum width of the street for drivers to pull over and allow the emergency vehicle to get down the middle of the street. So that made us rethink our design, come up with the center turn lane design, because that would ensure the required space for emergency vehicles. So this was the design that we presented at the January PIM. And just some things with this design, we had some concerns and still have those same concerns, but just to go through those, with this design, the sidewalk still narrows down where the parking and delivery lane cutouts are, basically the same as what the width is today for the sidewalk. So there's still narrow sidewalks in places. The active travel lane is adjacent to the sidewalk. So no buffer from pedestrians to a travel lane, which might be worse than what it is today, because today, the majority of the time, there is that buffer between peds and the travel lane. The center turn lane would not be used very much. It wouldn't be warranted for most of the place, most of the, especially mid-block. The left turns into driveways on Regent Street are very low. There's just not the volume that would require this. And it could be used as a bypass lane. So we would, need this to be open, but then it could also be used as a bypass lane, which is what we've seen on Odana Road. It is a complaint that we get, is that when traffic gets congested, people that are fed up with being in traffic use the center turn lane as a bypass lane, which of course would make it more dangerous than what it is today. This really limited the amount of parking and delivery zones for businesses, which was a major concern, especially seeing how the parking is used today. This would likely fill up quickly and wouldn't serve all the businesses' needs for deliveries. And although there's an island shown here at Orchard, that wouldn't be an option because of the emergency vehicle needs. So with all that, we went back and just thought more about the community Main Street, looked at this design and kind of simplified the design, and came up with the current proposed design. So this design is really the closest to a traditional community Main Street layout that we have considered. It's better for pedestrians. We don't have those narrow pinch points where the parking carlouts were. We can have a continuous wide sidewalk throughout, which is a huge thing that we've heard, a huge aspect of this project and what we want to do. And then the parking provides a physical buffer for pedestrians. This is something we heard on Williamson Street when we went through that process of eliminating the peak hour lanes. And we heard the same thing from the businesses on Regent Street. And I think I'll get into that a little bit more later on. But again, this is better for businesses overall. We don't have to choose where we're putting those little cutouts. And it's going to be better for future businesses too in redevelopment. So just want to go through a little bit on the safety and the crash history and how our design relates to that. This is a heat map of the 5 prior calendar years. So you can see the higher crashes at Randall on the left, Mills in the middle, and Park Street on the right. So the 81 total crashes does not include Park Street. It's just west of Park Street because Park Street would blow up that number. But the color then, so the yellow, orange is potential crashes, minor crashes. So from that number, 52 property damage only, 13 possible injuries and 14 minor injuries, and then 2 serious injuries. And the reason for the crashes, so I think anyone who's driven on Regent Street, especially during peak hours, knows that you never really know, if you're through traffic, you never really know what lane you should be in because of turning vehicles, or people using the curb lane as a loading zone. So this results in a lot of lane changes, and sudden lane changes and sudden stops. So you can see the little symbol with kind of like you can see my cursor here. This symbol is a side swipe, and then this symbol is a rear end. So a lot of, and you can notice how as people are driving, so westbound into a signalized intersection, a lot of side swipes. And that's due to that, people in the left lane who then stop to turn left, hold up traffic, people make a sudden lane change into the right lane and end up with a crash. So with our design, that is completely cleared up. There are no there's no ambiguity as to who's in what lane and where are they going and what lane should I be in. It just becomes a lot clearer for drivers. Should reduce stress and it should reduce these side swipes and rear end crashes. Just going to go through the pedestrian aspect of the street. So like I said before, this was the number one thing we heard that, and with every responding group, so we've kind of divided out how the survey came in with different types of groups. And the number one thing was always pedestrian comfort and safety. And that is the most important success measure of the corridor. So, this quote, if walking doesn't feel safe, nothing else works. This makes sense, with a community main street. Not surprising to hear. For a community main street to work, you need to have that acceptable pedestrian experience, which we don't have today. So just going through the plan a little bit, this shading, the blue, shows the additional pedestrian space compared to today. You can see with the mid-block bump outs in various places, that really widens it out. It gets to around 17, 18 feet from the building face. Otherwise, the mainline walkway in most places widens out from a current 6-foot walkway to 9 feet. This is just the eastern half of the street. So you can see we get a lot more pedestrian space up to Mills, and I'll go into the Mills to Park Street portion later on. Wanted to go through pedestrian crossings. So you can see on this design, the new or proposed curb line compared to the existing curb line. So the existing crossing is about 50 feet, 55 feet in places. And this cuts it down dramatically. It cuts it down by about a third. So a big part of this is, something we've talked about it on many other projects, bump outs and daylighting at intersections, making the pedestrians visible to drivers. So they're not hanging out way off of the driver's line of sight, waiting to try to find a gap or trying to sneak out into the pavement level to get drivers to notice them. Let's see. So again, a little bit more on the mid-block bump outs. This will allow for sidewalk cafe space. We've heard some interest in this. They're typically very popular in other areas of the city, especially in a community main street type of place. This is something that could completely change the feel of Regent Street. I think it's kind of self-explanatory, but the width availability, they would probably be about 10 feet wide available space, which is similar to what's shown in the picture there. And then just comparing the cross section just to make it clear. So this is the existing 6-foot sidewalks with a 3-foot narrow terrace compared to our proposed with a 9-foot wide sidewalk and 3-foot terrace. And I just tried to get some more pictures of this just to illustrate it. So the picture on the left is Regent Street. Like anyone knows that has walked there, it's a 5-foot wide sidewalk, and you've got physical obstructions on either side. So you can really only walk about 2 abreast. The proposed design will look more like the image on the right. This is the south side of University Avenue through the campus, where you can easily walk 3 or 4 people side by side. So it's a pretty huge difference in the pedestrian feel walking along the street. I wanted to touch on events because this kind of relates to the pedestrian experience. So Regent Street is kind of in the center between Camp Randall and the Cole Center. So much busier, extremely busy on football game days, concerts, but also busy on Kohl Center event days. And I just want to go through those events because, we hear you shouldn't design a street for, 7 home football games, but it's more than 7 home football games. There's now concerts, there's commencement, which is fairly recent. So 11 huge events that completely flood Regent Street. But then we have the Kohl Center events and Fieldhouse events that also bring in bigger crowds to Regent Street. And there's 57 of those. So it's a fairly big chunk of the year where Regent Street's busier due to these events. Just some images. So here's football pregame. You can see pedestrians spilling out into the street. And just remember, for like a reference, this sidewalk is 5 feet wide with a 3-foot terrace. So with our design, 6 feet wide with a 3-foot terrace. So with our design, that entire space would be open for pedestrians, and then there would be additional buffer space. But the picture is pretty self-explanatory here. I just like to include this picture because it kind of looks like a zombie apocalypse after concerts. So this is about 20 minutes after a concert where the street is completely closed. Everyone is walking from Camp Randall east on Regent Street. So this is looking west towards Camp Randall. And then looking east, police kind of are at the intersection of Randall and try to funnel pedestrians to the sidewalks. And you can see it takes a while for pedestrians to get limited to the sidewalks. So our design should not eliminate the need for these types of traffic plans, but it should make it quite a bit better. This is from Mill Street looking west after a concert. So what we did with the 3 concerts this past summer, summer 2025, was created 2 lanes of eastbound traffic, eastbound only traffic. We eliminated westbound traffic. And with our design, we could still do this. Police are at each intersection. We could queue up 2 lanes in the eastbound direction to head them out to Park Street. Just a little bit on the football traffic plan. We required everyone, or restricted everything but right turns onto and off of Regent Street to keep traffic moving. We can continue to do that, although we only have 1 lane, but wanted to mention that we've got an option that we're going to explore probably starting this year with restricting parking in the neighborhood to allow some of that traffic to funnel out through the neighborhood rather than forcing everyone onto Regent Street. Because with these streets parked up the way they are on game days, they're basically neighborhood yield streets where 2-way traffic can't operate at the same time. A little bit on transit. Regent Street does have Route E that goes along it every 30 minutes. Route O goes north-south on Randall Avenue. There's supplemental school buses on Regent Street. And as far as complete green streets, since it's not every 15-minute service, it's not a transit priority, but definitely want to point out that this is there, and we've got existing bus stops on the far sides of the signalized intersections. We plan to keep those with bus pullouts, so buses don't block traffic. I'll get into the traffic flow in a little bit, but with the traffic flow or the current volumes on Regent Street, not providing the bus pullouts and having buses stop in traffic would create issues during peak hours. There's times when the buses are there for more than just a short time that would really back up traffic and create operational issues. So this is what that looks like. Buses kind of at their existing locations, not much different. One thing we are going to get or attempt to get as much width as we can at those bus stops. And then here is a picture of something that we could use. This is a new bus stop, bus shelter, bench on northbound Park Street, just north of Hughes Street. So, extremely slim, narrow design that we could fit in, and we're going to try to do that with this project. Get into some of the bike-related aspects of the design. So we looked into this in detail. So this is a cross-section if we were to get bike lanes on the street. And this is kind of minimums of everything. So minimum travel lanes, minimum bike lanes, minimum parking, terrace, and sidewalk. The sidewalk could get 1 foot wider, but that's it. The bike lanes would not be all ages and ability facility. I don't think I need to go into too much more detail on that for you, but we did draw this up in the plan view. And we can go through that in more detail if you want, but I've got the PDF that we can go through. It does widen out the crossings for pedestrians, eliminates a few parking spaces just for the additional taper length that we need. And it does, like from the cross-section view, I could show that in the plan view, it does narrow up the sidewalk. So what we're looking at here is blue is our proposed design and red would be the on-street bike lane design. So you can see, I think the biggest thing to point out is the mid-block 9 feet versus 12 feet. So that's the pedestrian space plus terrace width. So our proposed design, 12 feet to the building. On-street bike lane design would be 9 feet to the building, which is just 1 foot wider than what it is today. And then we looked at the off-street, all ages and abilities bike facility. With this option, pretty much vetoed due to the emergency vehicle issue that we went through already. Also, even if emergency vehicles worked, it doesn't really work for bus stops. And then beyond that, it like the other design, severely limits the parking and loading zone availability. So this is a big kind of decision point. And the Complete Green Streets Guide does have language, I think, kind of that really applies in this situation. So applying only the minimums for each zone in order to avoid making trade-offs is not a good approach because it erases the priority between zones and results in a street design that does not function well for any use. So we're a community main street. We've got the minimum right-of-way width. We're at 66 feet. So basically what that's saying is we can't have everything. Something's got to give as far as priority. I suppose we can have everything, just that it won't function well in any aspect. So beyond that, part of our decision for leaving the bike lanes off in our preferred design is that with this project, we could get this 3-block connection, but even long-term, we're going to have issues on either end. To the west, it's currently too narrow to fit anything in. We would need to acquire property to fit in a bike facility to the west. Same thing to the east. We would have to get something likely on the south side, which is UW Health Clinic right now, in order to get the necessary width to continue a bike facility to the east. So we've got issues on both ends with that. So instead with our design, we are looking at improving the connections to the southwest path which is the feedback we heard the last time we were here. And I can go into that in more detail. Might be easier to see on a PDF zooming in, but I'll go through each street and what we plan to do. So currently on Randall Avenue, we have bike lanes, but we don't have bike lanes all the way down to the intersection. We can narrow lanes and fit those in, so that's fairly simple. We'll plan to do that. We plan to restrict parking on the southern block to get a connection to Bowen Court. Actually, I'll go through that. I'll go through the north side first. Orchard Street to the north of Spring Street has a two-way counterflow bike lane to the north. So Orchard Street is a one-way southbound street. We can extend that down to Regent Street without much issue. We do have to remove parking from the east side, flip it to the west side, which will result in the loss of some parking. Charter Street is a one-way northbound street that currently has contraflow bike lane, a southbound contraflow bike lane, and a northbound Sharrows that connects to the path. So there's really nothing much more for us to do there. But Mill Street is a big one. So Mill Street right now currently has parking on the west side. There are 6 spaces in the block between Fahrenbrook and College Court, and 7 spaces between Spring and Fahrenbrook. We can eliminate those spaces, mark buffered bike lanes, and make up for those spaces on Spring Street. For some reason, Spring Street only has parking on the south side, but there's plenty of street width to add parking on the north side. So even with removing all of the Mill Street parking, we can get a net gain in available on-street parking for the residents. This is all residential permitted parking, so really no concern there. Brook Street does not connect to the southwest path. The southwest path kind of goes up in grade, so there's no connection there. So we will not do anything on Brook Street. This just goes through what I went through. On the south side, Bowen Court is a one-way westbound, very low volume street. It's a connection between Randall and Mills. We can sign and mark this to allow eastbound bikes through Bowen Court. And then Milton Street is another east-west. This connects one block further to the east to Brook Street, a very low volume street. Again, that's available for bikes. And then we do have an existing connection to the southwest path on the west end. That's an alternate to Regent Street. That's Oakland Avenue. This design change was back around the time when Monroe Street was reconstructed. It used to be a street that connected through here, but we removed the street and kept the bike connection. So Oakland Avenue is a one-way street, but then again allows for two-way bike traffic. And then that connects down to Mound Street, which is another low-volume east-west street. I just want to quickly go through some of the traffic flow issues because this is something that's come up in our previous meetings. This is a change that we're proposing from peak hour lanes to no peak hour lanes. This map just shows an overview of the east-west routes, kind of shows the importance of Regent Street. It's the one two-way east-west through connection in the area. So zooming in a little bit on the traffic volumes, you can see that the west end is lower volume compared to the east end, much higher by Park Street. So we'll get into that a little bit and what we're going to do at Park Street. One of the biggest things we heard from the hospital and UW Health is the importance of that block, that first block of Regent Street between Brooks and Park Street. This is a map that shows the traffic routes to the hospital. Again, the emergency room is off of Brooks Street. The main parking for visitors is also off of Brooks Street. So this is a main route, Park to Regent to Brooks, and then Regent to Brooks from the other end. So zooming into Regent and Park Street, there is a planned change here with north-south BRT that we need to take into account when doing any sort of modeling on Regent Street. So BRT plans to take this existing southbound left turn lane and use that as the station, the southbound station loading area. So with that, everything gets pushed a lane to the left or to the west. So currently we have separated out right turns. Those right turns will be combined with a southbound lane. So we'll continue with 2 southbound lanes, 1 southbound left turn lane, and then the bus lane. And then the buses get the queue jump at the signal, just like at most of the other stations. I'm sure everyone's experienced. So that adds a little bit of phasing time into the traffic signal at the intersection. So this is all something that we need to take into account when we're modeling Regent Street and what we can do as far as lane configuration. So just to go through that, just to make it a little clearer, current configuration with BRT, and this is what we plan to do. Add an eastbound lane, and we've gone through every iteration of lane configuration at the intersection. This is the one that works the best. We've looked into every option with westbound traffic, a westbound left turn lane, or reducing to 1 through lane. Trust me, we've gone through everything, and this is what works. And then this is what it looks like in the plan. One thing to note on here, there is north-south bike lanes on Park Street that would remain. That's not shown on here. West of Brook Street, so a little bit lower traffic volume here, and I wanted to go through this. So the big thing is evaluating the peak hour lanes and what can we do with the peak hour lanes? Do we need them? So this is showing the hourly volume in the morning. In the morning, we have 2 eastbound lanes. Traditionally, Madison was always all the traffic comes into downtown in the morning, and then all the traffic goes out in the afternoon. But you can see here the volumes are pretty similar. There's a little bit more in the morning, but not much more. The hourly volumes are about the same. And then in the afternoon, it's more interesting because the peak hour side is the side with less traffic. So there's more eastbound traffic in the afternoon than there is westbound traffic in the morning, even though westbound is the one with the peak hour lane. We can compare this to Willie Street since we've just gone through this analysis. It's pretty similar as far as hourly volumes to Willie Street. Actually, Williamson had a little bit more volume in the peak hour direction. And I think, we all know how that works. Kind of the shorter platoons of 2 lanes of traffic get stretched out into a longer single lane of slower traffic. We did model this. We've got travel times that aren't much different from today. I think the changes with BRT at the Park Street intersection have more of an impact, I think, than removing the peak hour lane. So this is the morning travel times, and then this is the afternoon. And one thing I just want to quickly mention, we can go into more detail if we want it later, but the Park Street intersection really controls the amount of traffic moving through the corridor. So if you're a commuter that goes through Park Street, we could have 5 eastbound lanes going through Park Street in the afternoon. You're just going to get to congestion quicker, not really going to change the travel time through the corridor. So a 1 lane to Park Street will get through Park Street basically the same amount of time. It's just that you're going to get to the queue a little bit slower, if that makes sense. And as far as traffic flow, I also want to go through redevelopment. So Regent Street is really ripe for redevelopment. There are some proposals already in that are going through the process. The south side block between Charter and Mills, the entire block there has a proposed development. The block between Mills and Brooks is the former SSM clinic that's now vacant. That's likely to be redeveloped. And I mention this because we need to think about redevelopment and future traffic and left turns. That's a big thing that we consider was left turn lanes. And I think thinking about the future and redevelopment is something that really needs to be taken into consideration. I want to go through trees because this is a big part of the design. There are currently 0 city trees along Regent Street. The trees that you see along Regent are all on private property. In order to get trees, we need to underground the overhead wires on the north side. MG&E has given us a proposal for that, and we think it is feasible for us to do that. That would not eliminate every wooden pole because we're still going to maintain overhead service to the south side, but it does remove the overhead lines along the mid-block, which would allow for tree plantings. The south side, the issue is the big storm box that we talked about in a previous meeting, but it's 16 feet wide. It's just below the surface of the pavement, and it doesn't allow for any trees to be planted over it. We're going to do everything we can to look at all options more in the final design phase of this, of pushing this further north to possibly get trees on the south side. Not sure that that's possible because there's a lot more underground than what just the storm box. There's sanitary, city sanitary, MMSD sanitary, water storm, and then other underground conduits and utilities. We did look at this in terms of the Complete Green Streets Guide. It doesn't get to the level of a high priority canopy area. The section on the north of Regent to the west of Charter is close, but it's not quite there. But we're still going to look to see what we can do for trees. The Complete Green Streets Guide lays out what we want for terrace widths to get the trees planted. And with our design with a little bit wider sidewalk terrace, there may be the opportunity for smaller trees even adjacent to the parking, kind of like what is on Monroe Street right now. So you can see how the tree grates kind of go into the walkway a little bit, but there's still a clear path walkway and trees even in the parking areas. So with this plan, we kind of just dropped in some of the locations that we think trees will work, some of the larger trees that, assuming there are no other conflicts, but we went through and placed those trees where we think have the best potential. I want to go through parking and loading and delivery zones because this is another big part of this design. So the first question is this all needed? The Complete Green Streets Guide does call out higher priority for parking in this situation. And the situation that Regent Street is for businesses and a community main street is that it really does rely on the on-street parking. It doesn't have back lots or a parking structure in the area for the public to go to then go to Regent Street. The side streets have minimal parking. It's typically parked up. You can't really rely on that. You have to get a couple blocks out. Current parking and delivery zones are highly used, and there is a lot of turnover in the area. The business owners requested this was a big sticking point with existing business owners. Deliveries is another big thing. I'm going to get into that in a little bit more detail. There are some small on-site private parking and public parking, but those tend to fill up quickly. And again, I mentioned it before, but the parking and delivery zone does provide a buffer between pedestrians and the traffic lane. NACDO says this. NACDO supports on-street parking in this type of situation. Another thing it does is for drivers, it does have a traffic calming effect. I think the biggest thing you can do to increase speeds is to clear everything out on a street visually, make it easy for drivers to see what's going on the sides of the street, and that's going to increase driver speed, increase their comfort. With parked vehicles adjacent to the lane, it just has the slowing, calming effect on drivers because you don't know what's coming next and you have to be more cautious. So just some examples of other main streets that have the off-street parking availability that does allow for flexibility at the storefronts. You can see here, this is kind of a situation with a lot of main streets with the parking lots behind the businesses for people to park at and then walk along the street. Just different examples. This one has angled parking at the businesses along with off-street parking behind the businesses. And then the loading and delivery aspect of this. So we looked into this into detail. We had staff watch the camera. We've got good camera coverage on Regent Street. So we watched the cameras for an entire day and documented every delivery and loading that took place on the street. So this list is a list of all the loading and deliveries just on this one block of Regent Street, just on the north side of Regent Street, in one day from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So you can see 50 different vehicles coming and going from that block that were either making deliveries or doing loading from the restaurants. And then we got the time, the duration that they were there, anywhere from almost 2 hours for a semi-truck, which is I think that red truck right there, to 1 minute for people to go in and pick up food and leave. At the western end of the project, this was the list. We had 22 different loading and delivering taking place. And this is something that we are considering the size of the vehicle for different businesses. Different businesses have different needs, obviously. But I just wanted to go into that a little bit. So this is kind of the typical setup for a delivery, where the delivery truck driver ramps down, puts in their own little ramp to get up to the sidewalk to dolly in equipment or whatever. And the issue with this is these delivery truck drivers do not want to go a half block or a block away. The issue that we have in other parts of the city is that we can sign it no stopping, standing parking. We can do everything possible, but the delivery truck drivers are, at least a portion of them, will stop right in front of the business to make their delivery because they're not going to be willing to go, make that long distance with their cart. And you could just say, well, just tell the businesses this is your loading zone over here, but it doesn't work that way because the delivery truck drivers aren't employed by the businesses. They're completely separate. It could be a different person every day of the week. So it's extremely hard to get that message across to the truck drivers. If they're regular, we can, and we have in other places in the city, but it's a major issue when we don't provide adequate space for deliveries, that we run into the situation where the drivers just give up, and even if they want to park somewhere else, they'll just end up parking right in front of the business. So, kind of the final aspect of the design that we've discussed in the past is what the delivery and parking zones look like. We investigated a sidewalk level parking situation that's been done in other places, but we have concerns with that, and we plan to go with something similar to what's on the left image. But again, this needs to be worked out through final design, but it's kind of a multi-step up where the curb next to the sidewalk is there, but it's a little bit smaller curb. We think, and this image is from University Avenue, but we think we could do something like that. The issue with the completely flush sidewalk level parking is that we need to have a physical buffer between the parked car and the sidewalk, and that just takes up more of that valuable space, valuable width of the street that we're trying to maximize for pedestrians. And then just operationally, there's maintenance with, as you drive in over a curb, the front of your vehicle can overlap over that sidewalk level. But if it's a physical obstruction like a bollard or bench or planter, a higher chance of bumping into that. So just to summarize this design, a traditional community Main Street design, we think it's going to be safer with the streets being, with the lanes being designated as explained, calmer, slower with traffic next to the parked cars, the longer stretched out traffic versus shorter platoons of higher speed. The pedestrian experience is the number one thing that we are trying to improve, and we think that this design does a really good job of that, both walking along Regent Street, going to businesses, and crossing the street, which I didn't mention before, but this is a major crossing for UW students to get to campus. Event days should be much improved. As we went through, the street will now be able to be activated with businesses and usable space at mid-block bump outs with street cafes and other space available at all times. We've got the improved bike connections to the Southwest Path, and this accommodates the business needs with parking and loading as we just went through. And we think this is the best option for future development. Make this street as attractive as possible for future businesses, because there is going to be a lot of future redevelopment here. And then we have the opportunity with trees, which will just completely change the feel of the street. So that is my entire summary, and I will stop sharing for public comment.
Thanks, Tom. Very thorough presentation. Aiden, who do we have here to speak tonight to start off?
To start off, we have Nicholas Davies of Richard Street, opposes and wishes to speak.
Thank you. I should be unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you, Nick.
Awesome. So this will be a test of whether traffic engineering can just ignore clear, complete green streets guidance and exclude cyclists from a street altogether for arbitrary reasons. For a community Main Street, it says, quote, bike lanes should be included and may require consideration of parking options on side streets or in structured parking. Option 2, which was the one that included a sidewalk level path, would fulfill this while having other upsides. The path would offer an alternative route for emergency vehicles, a feature not offered by any other options. And buses stopping in the travel lane rather than the downside is a complete green streets recommendation and would act as traffic calming. However, on-street bike lanes would also satisfy complete green streets. These also enhance emergency response by giving traffic in both directions another 5 feet to pull over when necessary. On-street bike lanes also provide crossing pedestrians somewhere to be in the crosswalk without being in the path of heavy machinery. So the bike lane option shown looks fine to me. That is the democracy sausage we're making here, folks. In contrast, the preferred alternative prioritizes parking to the complete exclusion of biking in direct contradiction with the modal hierarchy. At the January 26th meeting, as it became clear that the preferred alternative includes no dedicated bike facility, I asked, will the travel lanes include sharrows then? The response was no, because the speed and volume of these travel lanes are too high to even mark them with sharrows. It's too dangerous for the city to recommend these for biking, but this is where we expect cyclists to be. This is all based on a fallacy that because there's a path somewhere nearby, this street doesn't need any bike facility at all. That is 180 degrees backwards. The area around a path is the best place to extend the bike network. However, if the commission truly believes that it's okay to entirely exclude bikes from streets that are near enough to a path, then that should be a written policy. Otherwise, if Complete Green Street says verbatim that there should be a bike facility on this type of street, but we're just going to decide otherwise on a case-by-case vibes basis, then we don't actually have a policy at all. Your last meeting included a discussion of Vision Zero in the context of Sasha Rosen's death. We're not trending towards zero, and we're not going to get to zero if we allow street reconstructions like this one to disregard Vision Zero like this. So I urge you to direct staff to come back with options that actually reference Complete Green Streets and Vision Zero and leverage the ways that a bike facility can improve emergency response. Whereas parking does not improve emergency response. Parked cars cannot make way for an ambulance. Cars in the travel lane cannot pull over into an occupied parking space to make way for an ambulance. I get that some business owners have this insatiable appetite for publicly subsidized space in the right of way, for storage of private property, but business owners also routinely overestimate the portion of their customers arriving by car, and they overestimate how many customers a single parking space can possibly provide. And then they don't necessarily weigh that perceived self-interest against the urgent need for public safety, including the safety of their own customers. We could be having a better discussion tonight if we were debating between legitimate options, and it could save staff time and effort if they leaned on the work already done in the Complete Green Streets Guide instead of reinventing the wheel with every project. And this was disappointing to see because I thought we already went over this with Flom Road. Thank you.
Thanks for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, I'm seeing no hands. Thanks for coming and sharing your thoughts. Who do we have next, Aiden?
So next we have Mike Tarby of Williamson Street, neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Hi, folks.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thanks so much. Thanks for the presentation, Tom, and thanks to staff for the hours they've put into the project so far. Very briefly, I'll echo the previous speakers' disappointment at the lack of bike facilities in this area, but focusing on a few specific things since it seems like we've sort of pushed that possibility to the side. There was a reference to the Willie Street peak hour lane removal and the value of parked cars in protecting pedestrians. As a resident of Willie Street, I was super on board with that peak hour lane removal. It definitely made the environment more comfortable for folks walking or biking, but I do just want to remind us that that only works when a car is actually parked in a parking space, and it shouldn't be relied on as pedestrian protection. So I'd encourage the commission to instead consider the installation of bollards or similar permanently protected methods for folks walking or biking. I will say that it seems like we're still over prioritizing the need for private vehicle storage. The data show that for small businesses like the ones that we see on Regent Street, people on foot and people that visit by bike visit more frequently and continue spending locally. I really appreciate that staff evaluated the delivery and loading zones, and I understand the significance of those uses for businesses, but I am sort of curious what we'd find if we did the same for the parking stalls on Regent Street. I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that cars stay in those spaces for hours on end, and I'm sure many only leave when they're forced to by the peak hour lane parking restriction as it stands right now. So So since we've heard these concerns raised by businesses about parking availability, let's make sure that the design actually caters to that need. If we're going to ensure that there are a certain number of parking spaces on the street, we should also ensure that they're being used appropriately. So I'd also encourage the installation of metered spaces, which would help improve turnover and keep those spaces immediately adjacent to businesses available for patrons. I'm also a little concerned about the 13-foot lane width that's suggested in the most recent alternative. As speakers discussed earlier regarding the design of Park Street, if drivers are given a comfortable buffer within a lane, traveling at higher speeds will just feel more natural. So I think it's reasonable to expect that we'd see folks traveling above the speed limit with a 13-foot lane width. So I want to ask the commission to capitalize on this once in a generation opportunity to not repeat the same mistakes we've made on other city streets. In such a heavily pedestrianized area, we should really take every possible step to slow vehicle traffic and reduce the possibility for fatal collisions, regardless of your preferred mode of transportation. Thanks so much.
Thanks for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks so much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Aris Blevins of Aaron Street, representing Greenbush Neighborhood Association, registered in support and wishes to speak.
Hi there. Yeah, it's Aris Blevins, but thank you for having me. Thanks for the presentation. Very helpful to see all the thought that's gone into this and all the effort that's gone into really considering the various options. It was helpful to also understand a little bit of the other factors that went into needing to reconsider some of the options that were presented in January, and just to have some of that background in terms of the emergency vehicles and other concerns there. I think that this is a really good compromise. I know that in the neighborhood, we have been talking about this issue. We're very concerned about, impact to the character of Regent Street and the businesses that exist there, that have been there, that have really been a major part of our community and really are, sort of a major factor for what Regent Street represents to us, right? It's not just a place to cut through the city, but it is really one of the main areas that we have a lot of commercial activity that matters, right? It's restaurants, it's cafes, it's things that bring our community together and really ground what it is to be in Greenbush. So, we've thought quite a bit about the necessity for bike lanes, and it was interesting that, it's great to hear the perspective of folks who are very dedicated to reducing our use of cars and reliance on them. But as somebody who lives in this community, the idea of trying to bring my family onto Regent Street and having that be the way that I'd want to travel through the neighborhood, it's not appealing. It hasn't been appealing. I don't know that having a dedicated bike lane would suddenly make it more appealing. That really is an area that I avoid. And it was interesting to talk to other people and hear that same point, that there's so many good neighborhood streets right south of it. And then there's the bike path right north of it. That it really does feel like an area that's like, boy, do we think that even having that dedicated lane would suddenly make this a more appealing place? And would that be the right trade-off in terms of what we're trying to do overall with our neighborhood and really establishing a sense of place there? So I'm really glad to see this. I think that there's the right level of compromise here. I know like with any city project, we're not going to satisfy everybody, but I do think this has taken into account a lot of the things that were quite important to the neighborhood. I think the addition of trees is going to be fantastic. I think considering burying those power lines is going to be fantastic. I think those are all things that really start to move this from a place that feels a little bit overly organic in the way it's been, planned and grown into something that really feels like something that we're proud of in the city, and that the neighborhood can feel excited about spending time on and taking advantage of. So thank you for the place we've landed. Thank you for all the efforts in terms of pulling in the community, pulling in the broader constituency in Madison. And I really do think that we're headed in the right direction with this, and excited to see it moving forward.
Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks so much for coming. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Paul Bailey of South Seago Road, neither supports nor opposes, and wishes to speak.
Hello. I'm encouraging you to decrease the crossing distance at the intersections per the NACDO guidance. The modal hierarchy has pedestrians above cars. The left turn lanes are unnecessary because the left turns are unnecessary. Having a left turn at every intersection, I guess, fulfills some sort of need to keep the grid perfect so a car can go every possible location at every possible time. But it doesn't fulfill our modal hierarchy, which suggests that we should be prioritizing pedestrians over cars. Looks like the city's own plan shows they aren't that widely used, but they are increasing travel or crossing distances. They could either be used for median area for a pedestrian to be between lanes, or the crossing could be narrower. I realize it's not possible on every intersection, but on several of them it is. And I encourage you to remove them. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks again for coming. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next is Laura Gunlock Hyman of South Mill Street, registered in support and wishes to speak.
Thanks, go ahead. Go ahead. Do you have a mute button you need to press there? Somebody sent you a link. I think Ariana sent you a link, or Anita. We can't hear you.
Yeah, Laura should be able to talk. They are unmuted on my end.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Laura Gunlock Hyman. I'm here to voice strong support for the proposed Regent Street reconstruction plan. As the executive director at Neighborhood House Community Center, Madison's first and oldest community center that is located less than a block off Regent Street on Mill Street, I've seen how diverse users from across the city rely on this main thoroughfare. I believe that this new plan for Regent Street creates a safe and accessible corridor for Neighborhood House clients and all Madison residents. Neighborhood House clients come from all walks of life: college students, neighborhood residents, school children, older adults, lower income individuals, higher income individuals, bikers, bus riders, walkers, and car drivers. The new plan is safe and accessible to all these user groups. The safer streets, wider sidewalks, turn lanes, and continued parking recommended in the new plan will support the diverse users of Neighborhood House, Regent Street, and beyond. I support the proposed plan, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks for coming. Aiden, who do we have next?
Next, we have Samuel Brown of Vilas Avenue, supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
Wonderful. My name is Samuel Brown. I'm the owner of Fabiola's Spaghetti House and Deli, Leopold's Books Bar Cafe on the 1300 block of Regent Street, and Greenbush Bar on the 900 block. I'm the president of the board at Neighborhood House Community Center and the chair of the Regent Street Business Association. I'm also a neighborhood resident living on Vilas Avenue right here in the Greenbush. I'm here to speak in strong support for the city's preferred alternative street design. I have worked on Regent Street nearly my entire life. I started doing prep work at my father's pizzeria right here on Regent Street when I was 14. When I got the opportunity to open my restaurants, I couldn't imagine opening my restaurants anywhere else. I love this street, this neighborhood, and the cast of characters who call it home. My businesses, like all businesses on this street, draw all sorts of customers from all over the city. College students living in the neighborhood who walk to Leopold's to get a cup of coffee, young families driving straight from swimming practice to get a quick pizza dinner, neighborhood residents stopping by on their bicycle commute home for a cocktail, and senior citizens, some with severe mobility issues who drive and need convenient parking. A Regent Street that works is a Regent Street that meets the needs of all of these wildly diverse current and future users and provides safety and convenience. Luckily, the city's preferred street design meets all of those needs. It provides a radically improved and safer pedestrian, bike, and vehicular experience along the corridor. The design also incorporates much needed parking, which supports current and future business growth on the street. I know my businesses couldn't have gotten off the ground without street parking. I'd like to thank city staff for doing such a fantastic job synthesizing a diverse set of concerns into the street design and working hand in hand with local stakeholders. I encourage the Transportation Committee to ratify the city's plan as is. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks again for coming. Aiden, who do we have next?
Next, we have Benjamin Walma of North Lakewood Gardens Lane, opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. This is unmute and then the allow confirmation. I forgot. Is this better?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. All right. So thank you for responding to all the various needs, topics addressed like trees, bikes, pedestrians, etc. in the slides. I appreciate all the work that went into this presentation, but I'm strongly advocating for Transportation Commission to reject this proposal and request that traffic engineering provide a proposal that meets the stated purpose of creating a pedestrian-centered experience. There are some narrower crossing distances, but we're still expecting pedestrians to cross Regent at the widest part of the street. I did not see anything in the slideshow Sherilyn registrar or the presentation about no right turns on red, nothing about raised crosswalks on east-west crossings. Basically nothing to make the pedestrian experience meaningfully safer. Wide sidewalks aren't all that great if you can't get to those blocks. I think it's also important to note, and someone can please correct me if I misheard, but I believe Tom specifically said that this design increases driver speed and comfort, which to me is the answer that our eloquent speaker from Paris is the answer to the question our eloquent speaker from Paris was asking. This is apparently what traffic engineering still cares about, which is really disappointing. The current volumes on the street should be reduced. I think the mayor has been pretty clear, and the previous transportation director was pretty clear several years ago that with population growth in the city, there's not going to be space to accommodate cars. That's true just about anywhere, not even someplace stuck on an isthmus like we are. We need to be providing viable alternatives to driving. That includes walking, that includes transit, which highlights one of the other major flaws with this, creating bus pullouts for the buses, which only serve to slow bus service as opposed to improving it. If there's really concern about moving people along the street, we should be making it easier and advocating for more transit service along the corridor. Also, the pictures shared post-event, I think, make it really obvious that parking is a poor use for the street. You can see people walking in the outer lanes, but there's still 2 open lanes for traffic in most of those pictures, except for when the road is completely closed. Also, I feel like this project is bowing to the interest of businesses trying to maintain the status quo, basically saying, let's keep what's working now, which I think, as everyone has acknowledged, is a bad street design, and not make anything better, because what's here now is okay for me right now. When we're having a major street rebuild, we should be making things better. It's pretty easy to find examples all over the country and the world of how places are improved through pedestrianization. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks again for coming. Aiden, who do we have next?
So next we have Rob Gottschalk of Willard Avenue supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead. We can't hear you.
Hello, this is Rob Gottschalk. I'm an urban planner and designer with Vanderwall and Associates. I've had the pleasure of working with a large group of both public and private stakeholders within the corridor area and the neighborhoods since 2017, really to explore and envision opportunities to implement the adopted South Campus and Regent Street neighborhood plan. And as well, over the last couple of years, to kind of synthesize a vision for the corridor because of its unique role in the Madison as this growing urban living, shopping, entertainment district, as well as a healthcare hub and a major place for big events. I would like to really thank Tom and the team. I think what we're seeing coming back is a very exciting design. I think the latest design really works well to balance and maintain the slow moving traffic flow. I think it's going to enhance significantly the pedestrian safety, and it's going to maintain the viability of the corridor. I think the addition, I think there is addition of suitable amount of on-street parking is really critical to this pedestrian-oriented shopping street, as it's been described in the city's adopted plan. We don't have many of these kind of historic shopping streets, or as Tom called them, main streets, like Willie, Johnson, Monroe, and Regent Street. And I think we can all agree that they would really struggle to survive as great shopping streets and gathering places without access to on-street parking. It's clear also that, as Tom had mentioned, that the pedestrian safety and comfort is significantly enhanced. I'm also a very big fan of the expanded pedestrian zones for high-capacity events and greater street activation. I think this is going to be a big part of our experience in this community, and it'll be great for our residents, our neighborhoods, and visitors. I'm available for questions, but I support the redesign. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, I'm seeing no hands. Thanks very much for coming. Again, who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have John Nguyen of Monroe Street, opposes and wishes to speak.
Hello, I'm John. I live on Monroe Street, as mentioned, really pretty close to the Regent Street intersection with Monroe, and I spend probably too much money on pastries and bars and coffee shops, and I spend none of that on Regent Street, and 80% of that is because bicycling onto Monroe Street is the main way I'd get there from the distance I live, and it is dangerous, and getting through the surrounding neighborhoods is very circuitous and adds a lot of time onto my transit. So instead, I spend my money elsewhere where I can bicycle to my destination. Under the proposed preferred alternative, I don't see that changing. So I would advocate for a different design, which perhaps trades some of the parking for some way to allow for bicycling on Regent Street, whether that be on street or sidewalk level bicycling. I'm sure that we could come up with some alternative. But under the preferred alternative, my money is staying off of Regent Street, probably. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's work on this.
Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. It's appreciated. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands, who do we have next, Aiden? And thanks for coming, John.
So next we have Matt Fair of Arden Lane representing UW Health, registered in support and wishes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matt Fair, and I'm here representing UW Health, where I work as the Program Director of Local Government Relations. And UW Health is also proud to be a member of the Regent Street Business Association. We have 2 clinics, well, technically with addresses on Park Street. For all intents and purposes, we are on Regent Street. And therefore, this is going to affect us, of course, quite greatly. So while I realize you're not making the commission's not making an actual voting decision tonight, on behalf of UW Health and as a member of the association, I'm here to express my strong support for the preferred alternative that you saw in the presentation tonight. I'll just say a few brief things. Many things have been said already. But when UW Health evaluated this, our priorities for a newly designed Regent were, we took into account, of course, what's good for patients and what's good for our employees. And as you might imagine, because the vast majority of our patients and staff travel to the clinic in the car, the top priority for us is improved safe vehicle access. Regardless of what we all might hope and wish would happen, we're always going to have patients traveling to our clinics from all over Dane County via in a vehicle, and that's probably not going to change for a long time. However, the second priority that we have is for a pedestrian-friendly street. That was a priority for our staff in particular, who really want to see this street continue to be a vibrant one, where they feel like it's safe to walk to restaurants and shops, maybe after work or during a break. And they also, of course, want to feel like as they're driving in to work or driving home from work that pedestrians are safe and they're safe as they go through the corridor. So overall, we think the alternative does a really good job of mixing efficient traffic flow. We really especially like the turn lanes on Brooks and Mills and Park Street. It probably actually slows down traffic a little bit, which we think is great. And like I said, it provides a really safe environment or a safer environment for pedestrians. Now, of course, we have off-street parking at our clinics, but we are happy that most of the on-street parking was maintained for our small business friends. And again, we want to be a part of an active, eclectic street. We are part of that. We want to continue to be part of that kind of street. And so we know that parking is really important for the small business owners who thrive there. And our employees want to use the street. And so we know that's a big piece to the puzzle. As has been said by a lot of people, this has been, I think, a very good process, an open process, a good public process, and one in which staff has done a really good job of listening to all of the different, competing priorities from modes to different types of businesses, small and big, et cetera, and really, we think, did about as good of a job as you could do to come out with something that we, for one, at UW Health can live with, the Business Association can live with, and I think, frankly, over time, most people will be able to really live with and accept and tolerate and like. So just lastly, I want to thank city staff and KL Engineering. You've been really responsive to our concerns, and we look forward to working with you in the future as we get closer to construction and then, of course, during the construction season. So thanks again.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matt, you used the term of revitalization of and I think you said friendly, and I was trying to write my notes, a friendly street. So could you say more about what you were defining as a revitalization of a facility-friendly street? Maybe that wasn't facility, but could you say more to that?
I think I was just, you might be referring to, I was just talking about, we're a different sort of use than a lot of the smaller businesses, of course, on the street. But, when we surveyed our staff and talked to our staff, they enjoy working on a street like this for a lot of reasons. And one of them is, to have the options to enjoy, post-work, or at a break, or probably not a break, but after work, and just we like being on a vibrant, eclectic street like Regent Street, and so we think this street design sort of accommodates all of the different uses and characters, as Sam Brown mentioned earlier, and so we're just supportive of the design for that reason.
Okay, and my final question is that for those individuals who are against that expansion, what would be the takeaway that you would like to leave with this body?
I'm not sure I understand as far as like the people that are against the expansion. So I don't really know what you're asking.
Yes, the people that are against the expansion.
Oh, well, I don't really know if I need to comment on what. I mean, it sounded like there were some people who were opposed to the plan based on it not having bike lanes and stuff. But I don't know if I really need to comment on that.
Okay.
So Alder, are you asking why he's in favor of it?
Yes.
So Matt, she's asking why you're in favor of the project as designed.
Yeah, we think it's, like I said, there's a lot of factors that come into play in designing a street like this, and we think it works well for our staff, who are going to be mainly driving in, and patients, of course, are going to be driving cars to get there. It seems like this will create a little bit of a safer street, and yet still, keep that access, easy access to get to our facilities. We think it makes it better for pedestrians, safer pedestrians, and we have patients and staff who will use the street as pedestrians as well. So we just overall support how this has been done and the compromises that have been made.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm complete. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Alder. Anybody else have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks again for coming and sharing your thoughts. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Craig Weinhold of Dartmouth Road opposes and wishes to speak.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Craig.
All right. The city's doing, a lot of great things here. I applaud the overall focus on improving the pedestrian experience, reducing the travel lanes. I'm going to go through four concerns. Firstly, the project needs to include the area between Randall and Monroe Street. Imagine all these pedestrian improvements being talked about being squeezed down to a 5-foot sidewalk with an uneven terrace for that last block to Camp Randall. That would be a fail in the eyes of most people. So would the transitions from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, especially during morning peak hour, and especially if eastbound traffic is still allowed to turn left onto Randall. Or even imagine the confusion of keeping rush hour and winter parking restrictions on just that one block, but nowhere else in the section. So that's one issue. Secondly, the city's preferred design is said to have 47 on-street parking spots. But if you look closely, you'll see a dozen of those are on the 1000 block that currently doesn't allow parking. That block only has non-retail businesses, all with ample off-street parking. So really, the city only has 35 on-street parking spots in that main area between Randall and Mills. I'd like to hear the rationale behind that, given that all recent area development has gone to underground parking in the area. Thirdly, ask yourself what Regent Street is becoming. The Vicino is about to open where Jensen's Auto was, 50 non-student, non-luxury apartments with 25 car parking spots. The Lucky's building has parking for only half their apartments. The new development proposed for Hong Kong Cafe and Closed Floral, also parking for only half the 113 planned apartments. Regent Street is adding hundreds of residents who will get around by foot, bike, scooter, rideshare, bus, etc. There are dozens of businesses up and down Regent Street with food delivery, which is increasingly done by e-bike. Last time I was at Leopold, the bike parking was overflowing. That is the community that Regent Street must be built for. So finally, Regent Street does need bike lanes. Instead of thinking them as a nuisance, the city should embrace them as a tool. They're the ultimate in flex space. Bike lanes will allow the travel lanes to be narrowed to 10 or 11 feet, as the engineers originally preferred. They will provide a buffer between speeding cars and the pedestrian spaces. When ambulances approach, cars will pull into them. During major events, pedestrians will overflow onto them. Rideshare and delivery drivers will use them. They already do across the city. City services, parking enforcement, trash collection, tow trucks will occasionally use them. Think of them as elbow room for a narrow street. Yes, those rogue uses will be to the chagrin of many bicyclists, but we're not snowflakes. We know sharing space is part of life, especially downtown. We don't expect these to be all ages and abilities. We don't expect great connectivity to the east or west. We don't expect commuter speeds. All we expect is some sort of accommodation for bikes, e-bikes, e-scooters, e-things used by the largely adult population who live, work, shop, eat, drink, or otherwise navigate Regent Street. As Tom Moore showed earlier, you can do it with parking on both sides. It's tight, but possible, but it's far better to remove parking on one side. By my estimate, it'll result in about 25 parking spaces on the street. That's just 10 fewer than the current preferred design. That parking would bounce back and forth based on business need. I sent some layout options in an email at 4 p.m. titled Bike Lanes Can Fit, if you'd like to see them. So please consider the benefits.
That's your time, Craig.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks again for coming. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Taylor Brook of Regent Street, supports and wishes to speak.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Perfect. My name is Taylor Brook, and I'm a current nursing student at UW-Madison. I both live and work on Regent Street, and as a pedestrian who utilizes this street daily, I'm in strong support of the city's preferred alternative street design. A well-known college staple here at UW-Madison is attending football games at Camp Rendell. Current sidewalk size poses dangerous situations to students and fans accessing events, as narrow sidewalks force pedestrians into the road. With this preferred alternative street design, pedestrian safety would be supported. Furthermore, as an employee to 2 businesses on Regent Street, I frequently hear from customers that parking is a real issue that impacts all community members, but especially those with limited mobility. Maintaining parking on Regent Street will support equitable access to all customers beyond those who are able-bodied. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thanks for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, thanks again for coming. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have James Kraft of Fish Hatchery Road, neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Chair, I'm not seeing James or Jim Kraft.
Ariana, do we know who Zoom user is?
I do not.
Is James Kraft here? If so, please raise your hand.
I'll just allow that person to talk to see if that's James. They should be unmuted.
Is James Kraft here with us? Is that the name, Aiden? Did I get it correct?
Yeah. I think they register as Jim Kraft sometimes.
Jim Kraft, are you here? If so, please raise your hand. Oops. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to move along. Who do we have next, Aiden?
So next we have Patrick and Jennifer Petrello of Regent Street, supports and wishes to speak.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Patrick Petrello, 1219 Regent Street. We own the building there and the business Stella's Bakery. We have been open for about 4 months in that location. And I just kind of panicked when I saw the previous design, to say the least, being a new business owner mid-block. And I just want to say that I support the new design. I think it's a much better for pedestrian experience. And it does keep some street parking, which is very valuable to a business like ours, where we have a lot of turnover on the 3 spaces in front of our our business. We have 4 parking spaces on site and 3 parking spaces out in front of our business. Plus, we rent 2 car stalls for our employees off-site. And then there are 7 bike parking stalls in front of our business. And just to give you an idea, I mean, looking at through the vision of winter, which unfortunately is 25% of our year in Madison, Wisconsin, it's a tough time for most businesses like ours. We're lucky just to break even in the winter. Our sales are down 40% as it is. And I since the last meeting that I watched, took into account how many sales we have per day, how many people are coming by auto, how many people are coming as pedestrians, how many people are coming on their bike. And it's between 75% to 80% car parking customers, and somewhere between 15 to 20% pedestrians, and less than 5% biking in the winter months. So to remove the 3 parking stalls in front of our business, I would say to have a big chunk damper on our business, and we would be non-profitable, severely non-profitable in the winter. And the issue isn't so much that people have to walk a block from a side street. I think people would be willing to do that if they had a place to park, like if there was a parking structure and they knew there was a place that they definitely would get a parking spot. But to assume that someone would circle the block and look on a side street where they don't know if they're going to get a parking spot, it's just not, it's not going to happen. And a lot of our clientele is elderly and they don't bike. Unfortunately, we do want to make it convenient for our biking friends. And I think with it's been mentioned before that the bike path being almost parallel, 1.5 blocks away, and having bike lanes that shoot down to Regent Street, even if you have to walk your bike 1/2 block, there's definitely bike parking there in front of our business for those folks. And I guess the no parking structure is a big deal. If we had parking structures like they do on State Street, I'd be all for it. Let's get rid of all autos. Let's have bike parking, pedestrian. But we just don't have the parking there. So unless there's a parking structure proposed somewhere that I missed, I just don't think that businesses are going to survive mid-block without having some parking. So I appreciate the new design. Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, I'm seeing no hands. Who do we have next? Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Barrett Kilmer of Cherokee Drive, supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead. We can't hear you. I think you might need to unmute yourself. There was an unmute link sent. Is that right, Ariana?
Yes, Barrett should be able to unmute themselves now.
We can't hear you. We trying again, or I don't see him, Barrett, there. Can we try that again? Somebody's got their hand raised. Zoom user has their hand raised. Is that Barrett? Maybe try that.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi, this is JJ Kilmer. I'm here with my husband, Barrett Kilmer. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Techno peasants. Yeah, I'll speak for both of us if you don't mind. So my name's JJ Kilmer, and my husband, Barrett, and I have owned Indie Coffee on Regent Street for 21 years. We've seen a lot of changes throughout the years on Regent, and We fully support the city's preferred plan. It's well researched and well thought out. Thank you so much for thinking of so many things that we were thinking about. I know you can't have everything, but I think this plan sure does try. We're thrilled at the possibility of beautiful new pedestrian-friendly corridor, and we can foresee a whole new life for the neighborhood that has given us so much for our livelihood. And just as a side note, I would just like to comment, we have so many customers that are bike riders. They're a big part of our customer base, actually. We're right in the heart of Budget Bicycleville for crying out loud. So I was just talking to some of them this morning, and I was saying, what do you think about bike lanes on Regent Street? And they were like, why? Why would we want bike lanes? We've got a world-class, bike path a block away. So I think there are a lot of bikers that do come to Regent Street using the bike path. So I don't think this plan is actually excluding bikers. That's just our opinion. And we do have a lot of customers that do come using cars. Again, just like our neighbor Stella's just said, not all customers have bikes or can ride bikes. We have people from all walks of life from different parts of the city that come. And I think that they appreciate being able to park, pop in, and then leave. So that's just our 2 cents. But thanks so much to the city for all the hard work and planning you put into this project, and we support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate your thoughts. Does anyone have a question for the registrant? Okay, do we have anyone else, Aiden?
Those are last wishing to speak, but Janet Murphy, South Orchard Street, registered as available for questions, and Joseph Osborne of South Mill Street, registered in support and does not wish to speak.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks to everybody for coming and sharing your thoughts. Alder Evers, welcome, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commission members, and thanks to all the members of the public that showed up for this meeting.
Sorry, Alder Evers, if I could, I know this is a bit out of order. I wanted to actually go back and ask an earlier registrant a question, if that's okay.
Alder Evers, yep. Would you mind holding until Alder Okovich asks if that register is still here?
It was Sam Brown.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Okay, we'll come right back to you, Alder.
Sorry to interrupt.
Is Sam Brown still there, Ariana?
Yeah, they should have permission, or they should be able to unmute.
I believe, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Alder Okovich, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, thank you. Sam, I wanted to ask you this since you were representing the business association and this is coming up. Tom Moore talked about this as part of the presentation. I'm wondering about, one, what the delivery requirements are for most of the businesses on the street. Is it like one boxcar? Is it like a semi? And two, what are the parameters that the businesses are setting with the delivery drivers? Are they just getting are they just setting a day and a time, or is it, they get a time between 9 and 5 on Tuesday?
I don't want to speak to the other businesses on the street since I'm not really in a position to, but I can speak to myself. We receive multiple deliveries from our produce suppliers every week. We receive multiple deliveries from several different food purveyors. We also see separate liquor and beer deliveries every week, since liquor and beer is overseen by different sides of all the beer distributors have a liquor and a beer side, so those deliveries aren't mixed. So I would say, just here at Fabiola's and Leopold's, we see, and that's not even counting, FedEx and, book deliveries that are going through, UPS. I would say we see 3 to 4 deliveries every single day of the week. And that may even be higher. It's and for the other restaurants there, I would assume that any restaurant on the street if they're using a mainline supplier, they're seeing a delivery at least a minimum of twice a week from them, in addition to other deliveries for liquor, beer, beverages, all of that. So I don't want to speak to other people, but I would say that it is extensive. It's shocking how much of my life is putting stuff away and
appreciate that.
Deliveries.
Yeah. And then second part, what are the time constraints you're setting? If you ask for a delivery, do you know when it's coming, basically?
I would say that the majority of businesses set restraints based along the hours that they are not open, but still have staff on hand to be able to receive deliveries. So we're usually receiving deliveries between 9 o'clock when my first employees arrive and probably about 3:34. That's the dream. There's been plenty of times that I've been dealing with deliveries that are coming in at 4:30, 5 o'clock, and I'm chewing my sales rep out for the fact that they, are delivering product that I need for that night at 5:30 on a Friday night. So, I wish I could say there's good order to it. It also kind of depends on the staffing of the company that's doing the deliveries. Right now it's hard to find employees. And so a lot of the companies that service Madison are doing, they've got 24 stops to come through. And so you see the delivery driver later and later in the day.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sam. And thank you all.
Thanks. Alder Evers, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. For the last 3 or 4 years, a group of us, some 40 individuals, myself, Alder Vitever, Alder Verveer, many people from UW, from the nearby hospitals, and the local businesses have been working with Jason Elstrup at DMI and Rob Goldchuck of Vanderwall Associates to do the kind of vision casting where we can imagine what Regent Street could and should look like over the next 20, 30, even 50 years forward. What could successfully activate this street? Knowing that its over-dependence upon Camp Randall has been a liability. And if we ever want to see Regent Street reach its full potential, where we have housing that's not dominated simply by students, retail businesses that are not simply bars, and cultivating a crowd around Camp Randall, but something that's really diverse, it'll take planning to get there. We've made a lot of progress, a lot of exciting work. I don't know, this is my 4th meeting tonight. I don't know if the Regent Street Group presentation was shared at all, or if you've been up to speed on what's going on there. The reconstruction of Regent Street itself is aligned with this vision for a new region. And a lot of work has gone on to this, and from the Regent Street Business Association, which formed recently, kind of growing out of the Regent Street Group, and also the participation of city staff, being aware of what our goals are and what we're thinking about. Regent Street is a difficult street to accommodate all interests. The narrowness of the street itself, the proximity of the businesses, and the various needs and groups that currently use it. The survey data, as you've heard, folks who responded to that survey publicly stated something that everybody who goes down to Regent Street knows quite well, and that it's a dangerous street for pedestrians. And so the Regent Street redesign is put that first and foremost. It's hard to take care of all interests and all needs. If we had a street that simply was geared towards pedestrians and bicyclists, and we could somehow successfully close it off to cars, like perhaps a project in Barcelona and some of those more, those kinds of streets, or reduce travel speed to 15 miles per hour because, that was the goal. I don't think that's realistic, considering that Regent Street is a lateral from Mineral Point on the west side, and it's an access point for many people to get downtown. So how do we accommodate all these interests? I resonate with the concerns of the cycling community that there aren't bicycle bike lanes on Regent Street. But I also hear the counterpoint is that we do have a bike path north of Regent Street, the Southwest Bike Path. And we also have parallel streets just south of Regent Street that are certainly available for all ages and abilities. And it seems to me that the compromises that have taken place so far, and what I mean by this is that many of the businesses initially in the conversation around this wanted to keep the status quo, where all the parking up and down Regent Street would be maintained. That certainly is not the case in the preferred alternative. You can't have this new Regent Street consistent with the cooperative work, envisioning what the street could look like 20, 30 years from now, and have all the parking that is currently there. But we need some. We've heard from the local businesses that we need some. Now, I believe that in 5 or 10 years, we will have some kind of structured parking as the urban core moves and expands, and that to accommodate UW and the hospitals or the local businesses will have to have some kind of structured parking. And perhaps at that time, then bicycle lanes could be marked and that we could do away with parking on Regent Street. It's just not the time to do that. So I agree with the comments of those who suggest that perhaps this should be extended to Monroe Street. I think there's some logic of trying to accommodate that section as well, because starting at Randall and going to South Park is not sufficient in my mind, but you can't do everything all at once. So I'm supportive of this preferred alternative, and I can speak to the diligence on the part of city staff to listen carefully to the concerns of the various communities in our city that use Regent Street. So I encourage you in your debating that you consider all that went into this, and that in your final analysis and your final vote, which I understand is not happening today, but that you would affirm the city's decision, city staff's selection of the current preferred alternative. Thanks for hearing me out, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Alder. Fourth meeting tonight?
Yes, fourth.
Wow, thanks for coming. We do appreciate it. And we did see a good presentation on the project from Tom Moore before you joined the meeting. So,
well, I don't know if you saw I don't know how many of you are familiar though with the work of the Regent Street group, which is separate.
Right.
And
sorry,
I wish you could see all the work that's being done.
Yeah.
Envision a new Regent Street and how this is aligned with the Regent Street reconstruction plans. They're of a piece, and it's important to keep that in mind.
Yeah, thanks. Didn't mean to, sounds like I maybe misheard you. Thanks for coming, and we appreciate your thoughts. So
I'm available if anybody has any questions. I'm sure you've thought this through carefully, and you perhaps don't need to ask me anyone, but I'm available if you have one or two.
Okay. Any questions at this point? Otherwise, we'll move on to questions for staff and discussion. Thanks for coming, Alder, and sharing your thoughts. Appreciate it. All right, why don't we go ahead? Who has comments or questions for staff or points that they would like to make? Alder Okovich, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think most of my comments are for Tom Moore. I know you mentioned this during the call, but I have been looking at the PowerPoint as well, and I don't know the exact number. If we do the on-street bike parking facilities, what is the delta in terms of parking spaces on the street?
Good question. I think it might be around 4. I don't have the exact number, but it's somewhere around there.
Okay. Okay. 4 doesn't seem like that much. The second thing I wanted to ask about is I'm looking at this and there's points on the street where like specifically I'm looking at like right by the Four Lakes church property, in between the private parking and the McDonald's and bicycle repair shop. And then between Budget Bicycle and Red Zone Annex, there's these curb bump outs where it comes out to 28 feet. I'm wondering, have you considered at all doing like mid-block pinch points for signalized crosswalks at some of these locations? Because then the number one thing that has come up is pedestrianization, and cutting down needing to walk 400 feet between lights to 200 feet to a mid-block intersection would be a pretty big improvement in terms of the pedestrian experience.
Yes, we did consider that, and I can go through. So some of it's just our assumption, but there's a lot of pedestrian crossings, especially at Orchard Street, and I think that makes sense in relation to student housing and campus. Kind of a direct. There's a lot of pedestrians that just use Regent Street as a crossing. It's a direct crossing to campus. Placing a mid-block crossing would, it wouldn't be a direct crossing for those through movements. Right. We did consider something like at Coin Court or something, but then it's also difficult to have multiple. It's like you have to choose one and make it as good as possible. We've got the existing rectangular rapid flashing beacon at Orchard Street. Would we then want to relocate that somewhere? But that's a good question. And you're right. We could provide the shorter crossing there, but I think it's just we're going to lose a lot of those people that are just trying to go straight across. And we always have to remember the emergency vehicle access, and that's something that came up, and I want to clarify something with that. So 28 feet is the magic number. We cannot go narrower than 28 feet, and that is for vehicles to pull over. So 28 feet between curbs or parked vehicles. So if there's jammed up with traffic, at least drivers can pull over adjacent to the parked vehicles and still allow space for a fire truck to get through down the middle. So really what this is showing here is as choked as it can get. So yeah, I just want to clarify that.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. And to be clear, I wasn't just talking about that intersection, but also like the other mid-block intersections. I think there's opportunities there. And I hear your point about a lot of people are using Orchard to just get across Regent, and we might lose some of that. But I'm thinking about it in the context of a future Regent where there's apartments and other things on both sides of the streets, along with like first-story commercial. It's pretty common to see people do mid-block crossings on like even Johnson Gorham, in part because it doesn't make sense to walk all the way to the signalized intersection.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we do, the side street spacing here is pretty good. Another problem we would run into with closer spacing is the interaction of the signals and the RRFB and any other crossings. And we see that some today on Orchard because Orchard is so busy that there are, on a nice summer day, it's almost a constant flow across here where people are constantly pushing the button. So there's part of it where it's almost good to funnel people into one crossing rather than to have people crossing all over. But yeah, and mid-block, if we do allow crossings at all intersections, mid-block starts to get very close. We're at 180 feet mid-block. So this is kind of the minimum spacing we like for any sort of like flasher or signal. So this is 377. We typically say like 300. So it's kind of spaced out right now where it is a good spacing for pedestrian crossings.
Okay. Okay, that was all I had.
Thanks, Alder. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Tom, for the presentation. I have a lot of notes scribbled down, and I think you answered the first question that I had about the emergency vehicle requirement. So it's 28 feet, full stop, no exceptions.
Right. Yep.
And where is that spelled? Like, I mean, did we know this when we did complete green streets? Or is this codified somewhere? Is this what?
No, I don't think it's written down anywhere. I think it's just based off of experience from fire and police. And it is specific. Like, I think the fact that Regent Street is the direct route to the emergency room, the most important emergency room, makes a difference. That there's such a high, if it is too narrow, there's such a high chance with the high number of calls that are going that way that someone is going to be affected by it. And obviously, short delays in the back of an ambulance can be pretty devastating. So, so this was specific to Regent Street. Enough space for drivers to pull over everywhere to provide a continuous lane down Regent Street to Brook Street then.
Okay. And I guess we learned that relatively late in the process and therefore previously had a bunch of designs that didn't have that 28 feet and...
Right. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate that we took up a lot of time to come up with designs that don't fit that. Okay. Then the topic of that first block from Monroe to Randall, why that is not part of the project. I don't know if that's a question for you or somebody else. Like, why was it? Yeah, it seems weird to stop there. I mean, I know the street changes and there's challenges and all, but yeah, it seems weird to have that one block. Or when would we think of doing that block then?
I know the current project limits was, I think, initially based off of underground utilities, specifically that storm box, and I would try to lean on engineering to answer that one.
So Andy or Chris?
Yeah, I think we will. There's going to be some work beyond, to the west to tie in storm box, to tie in water main. Certainly we can have, discussions about, some of that work to the west. I know we don't want to get into Monroe Street. We also have, the budget, that we want to follow. I do think there'll be some work. I don't know the extent of that. I think we'll, fix some pavement. I don't think we're specifically thinking about getting into any curb at this time, but I think as we figure out what's going on underground, that'll help make some of those decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I think at least having a relatively specific design idea of like, once we build it, like how does it tie in with the rest of the design? Because I think as one of the speakers pointed out, it's going to be weird to have like this 2-lane on-street parking, rush hour lane maybe, and then we transition to the good part of Regent Street. Yeah.
Yeah.
So at least there should be a plan.
Yep, absolutely. I think we certainly can have that discussion and talk about pavement marking, future phase to the west, and how make sure that this project ties into that without going back and doing a rework.
I see Christoph had his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I know there was discussion about this early on because, that Monroe Street intersection is one of our wonkier intersections based around a freight rail line where the last train ran decades ago. But there is a lot of money involved if we want to touch rebuilding that intersection, and that is just not in our capital budget right now. So I think that's part of why that's hanging out there in the future as opposed to being part of this project.
Thanks, Christoph. Yang, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, everyone. I think Harold has a really good question. We also, have a federal grant that kind of take care of the study and the design of the project, and the construction project itself will be from Randall to Park Street, but we do intend to study this other block as well to see how in the future that the future design of that is going to fit in to the future design of the segment that's being reconstructed. So we're trying to use some federal funding to do that. We also trying to use some staff resource to actually look at an even larger corridor for the future. If we design Regent Street for this segment like this way, what would make sense for the future? The whole Regent Street corridor look like, all the way from Speedway to Profit, even further to Channel Drive. So we do want to spend some time look into that, how this will affect the future. So yeah, I just want to mention that. I think that's a great question.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you.
Yang.
That's good to hear. And then one last one for now. I don't think we have anybody from Metro here. In terms of bus service.
Harold, I think Mike Chakvala was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here. Yeah, Mike's here.
Oh, awesome. It's a long participant list, so sorry.
It's a very long list, yes.
Sorry, Mike. So what's the future of bus service on Regent? I mean, right now it's pretty limited, 30-minute frequency. I think with all the development happening there, I think there's a lot more potential for ridership. And so I'm thinking maybe the plans, do they work for what we have there right now? Would they support when we have buses every 10 minutes on this corridor? Or is maybe Regent Street is it not part of the plan of potential, bumping up that frequency?
Yeah, so good question. Currently, we have Route E that runs back and forth every 30 minutes in both directions. We also have Route 82 that runs nighttime service in the eastbound direction only, as well as a number of routes that cross Regent Street. I think there's definitely, if we were putting together a wish list of things we'd like to have, 15-minute service or better on Regent Street certainly would be one of those things that are nice to have. I think at Metro we are very much aware of our capacity constraints. We are trying to kind of limit where we're trying to focus our efforts for some of the higher level transit components like bus lanes, BRT, and things like that. And those have been along the BRT corridors. And so Metro's been participating in this process. And I think our goal is to kind of maintain the infrastructure that we have, upgrade the bus stops, keep the bus stops where they are. I think the bus stops are basically in the correct locations along this corridor.
and kind of keep them, maintain them and have them there for growth. So if we had higher levels of transit service, we could kind of support that. I think we don't have anything in our immediate plans for frequency increases here. I see Christoph has his hand up. He might have more to add.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
Go ahead.
I would also add, I think a lot of the demand here is not towards Capitol Square, but towards the university, which means that a lot of the riders taking the bus to and from Regent Street aren't taking the bus on Regent Street. They're taking the bus on Monroe Street or Park Street. And so I think actually the wider sidewalks are a major transit improvement here, for example, because they'll help people get to that BRT station, which is actually going where a lot of the transit demand is.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Christoph and Mike.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. I'm an e-rider, so I'm trying to think like, yeah. Mike, can you say something about Metro's thought on pullouts versus in-lane boarding? I know Green Street says generally have in-lane boarding so that you don't have the problem of the bus not being able to pull out unless it's a time stop.
Yeah. Metro and traffic engineering have been working together on this for the last year or two to kind of develop an internal, not policy, but some kind of rules of thumb for in-lane versus pull-out stops. Metro's preference is generally for in-lane bus stops because it does not require us to sit there with our turn signal on trying to wait for a gap in traffic. Each time we have to do that, it's a little delay that really adds up as the line goes along, as you go along the line. There are some locations where it just doesn't work very well. For example, on very higher speed streets like John Nolan Drive, some speed gets up above 40 miles an hour, so it just really doesn't work. This is a location where I think if we were stopping in lane, we could really plummet the capacity of this street, where if we're stopped for a minute or more, it can really produce some aggravation and people doing some risky behavior to try to get around us when we're stopped for more than a couple seconds. Where we are far side of an intersection with a single lane is where we are especially kind of concerned about it, because what happens is the queue behind the bus backs up through the intersection, and then the signal changes, and then the north-south street would go, and cars are just kind of blocking the street. Now they should wait until it's clear, but that just kind of isn't what happens. So when we have more than one lane, that's where we like to kind of be in the travel lane and not have to pull out, for example, Johnson Gorham, where there's a single lane with a significant amount of traffic volume in it, and we're far side of a traffic signal. This is kind of the textbook scenario of where we kind of don't want to be in lane. And a lot of times, that those kinds of backups will sort of hurt us because they can just kind of cause some cascading failures. So we kind of concur with traffic engineering on this, that if there's one travel lane on a street like this, we'd kind of like to be in a pullout. That's a little bit of an exception, but.
And do you have a sense of the operational impacts of on the bus service?
I think this will work pretty well for us. In the rush hour, we'll only have one lane instead of two, but as others have kind of talked about, because of the turns and the short-term parking and stuff like that in the rush hour, I don't really know that extra lane helps us that much. Having the dedicated turn lanes and having one just kind of continuous through lane will, I think, be a pretty good operating environment for us. I think this will work pretty well for Metro.
Okay, thank you. That's what I have.
Thanks, Harold. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. So in the discussion of, bicycle access, we've talked about parallel routes. And one of the people who sent in a comment suggested that Bowen Court on the south side of Regent be assigned so that it could function as a two-way bicycle connection, because it's a one-way westbound. And if you don't want to ride on Regent and you're headed to someplace on the south side, then you have to go all the way down to Milton. So I was wondering about that suggestion that someone sent in to make it two-way for bicycles, and just sign it that way so that drivers know that it's two-way for bicycles and that bicycles are allowed, allowed to enter.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can do. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it operates today, and just clarifying it for drivers, I think, is a good idea. So, so you can see Bowen Court here. This is it. It's just 3 blocks east-west. So extremely low volume. It's really just the residents that live back there. You got the park here. So yeah, we'd be okay with that.
Okay. I think it was a very good idea. My other question was one of the other barriers to shopping and eating on Regent is that many of the areas do not have very good bike parking because the sidewalk is so narrow. It's really hard to install racks. So with the wider sidewalks, does the city have any plans to install some racks, like post and ring racks or something like that in the city right of way, so that there is actually, speaking of parking, there is a parking for bicyclists as well, because not everybody's got. I know there's a lot of places that I end up not finding a place to park. So.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we will do that. We've done that on other projects. I think we just kind of consider that as part of like the final design. And just to clarify for everyone, so we're kind of just looking at the basic geometrics, lane configuration, curb placement, and then pretty much the rest of 2026 is us getting into the details with the final design. So, but yeah, we would plan on looking at things like that, looking at things like benches and like bus shelters, like we mentioned before, and exactly what the terrace looks like, pavers, things like that, where exactly street lighting is going to go, where the poles are going to go, stuff like that. Yeah, that's all yet to come.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just thought since we were talking a lot about parking, I would sort of throw that in there. I guess most of my other questions have been answered, I think. So I'll wait till discussion. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any other questions? Alder Okovich, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know who this question would be for, but given that there's the expectation of a lot of redevelopment on Regent Street, would it be possible to use TIF to help fund burying the power lines? I know we used to have a policy related to that. I don't remember if we still have that or if we removed that.
So we have an estimate from MGE on this. We know how many poles they have, how many poles they could get rid of. We know that there's up to 4 other communication companies on those poles. Some poles are communication company only. So our next step is to review our budget to see if we can incorporate, all of MGE's proposal or a portion of it. And then, do an agreement with MGE. So I do think it's looking good from our standpoint and the budget on this project to include some type of undergrounding of their primary phase, which is the wires on tops of the poles. There still needs to be poles anywhere that a business has a wire that goes from the pole to the business. That would not be included in the underground. MG&E though said that if we do undergrounding and then there is redevelopment, then that redevelopment would underground. They would not put a new overhead service to that building. Now, we still have to reach out to all the communication companies and talk about undergrounding with them and how that works with their facilities. Also, MG&E needs to put in some, they call them switch gears. Those are pedestals. Those aren't the giant transformers, but they're also not small little pedestals. Those would have to be, I think they have potential two locations, one on Regent and then one off of Regent that they would have to put in to support some undergrounding facilities. So MG&E will be involved when we start our engineering work because we need to have space for them underground, similar as we would a sanitary or a water main. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you think you'll have enough money in the existing budget for undergrounding.
Correct, but I guess that's something we can look into if that cost just becomes really significant.
Okay. And then I think my last question is for Tom Moore. I noticed that it looks like there's only one section of the sidewalk that's 9 feet wide at Mills and Regent. Is it possible to get that closer to 12 feet?
Yeah. Yep. We were just discussing that today. I think there is a possibility of basically taking all of this here and shifting it south a little bit. That'll help with the bus shelter. And this is a busy intersection for pedestrians. So we are going to do everything we can to widen this out more than what is shown here. 9 feet is what we for sure can get, but we think we can probably shift things around and get a little bit more. But yeah, every extra foot on this corner is going to be worth it. So yeah, good question.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. So move into discussion, and just let me ask you to clarify, Tom and Andy. I believe you're looking for review and feedback from us tonight. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about, Tom, about the timing of the project and confirm for us exactly what you're looking for from us other than the questions we've already had and the feedback we've already received.
Yeah, so we're looking for a review and feedback. This is assuming we're going to move forward with a 2027 construction. We need the time in 2026 to do the final design. Like I mentioned, we haven't even begun that yet. That's all the underground stuff, the grading, everything, all the details. So we do need a decision. That decision would then be based on what's discussed here tonight. We could move forward with a resolution for approving the geometrics basically right away. And then that would give us the maximum amount of time to work on design. The concern that we have is if we don't have an idea of how to move forward, that's going to push everything and we're going to start to get low on design time for a 2027 construction. So we don't need a decision tonight, but we're looking for getting some good direction. That is this, could we move forward with a resolution? Do we have to do something more? I think, Andy, add anything or correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's kind of what we're thinking.
Correct. That I would agree. That's accurate.
So basically, you would like to know if TC supports the preferred design that you presented tonight, so that you could potentially draft a resolution for the council, which would come back to TC before it went to the council. But
Right.
you want to understand TC's direction on this design now, rather than waiting until you get to that resolution stage. Is that right?
Right, exactly. Yep.
Correct.
Okay, great. So discussion and your preference as to support for staff's design, etc. I know we've spent a lot of time tonight talking about a lot of things. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. Yes, I think from what the alder said, as far as the work that's gone on in the past, and from what we heard of the businesses and residents along Regent Street, that they think the city has done an adequate job, and I personally think they have done due diligence of the design or the concepts. So I'm fully supportive of the project as presented by staff tonight. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Harold?
Yeah, thanks. Couple thoughts. So I think overall, just once this has been built, and if it were built as proposed, it would be better than what we have right now. I don't think it's the best we can do, though. And so a couple major concerns I have is that basically east of Mills, there's very, very little improvement. Like, you have that shaded area, show additional pedestrian space compared to today. And on that block, there's no shaded areas because we still have 2 through lanes. We have a turn lane, and it's not, I get the access to Brook Street. That's why we need a turn lane, but we have all that parking in front of the former Dean Clinic. And I really don't buy that argument. In order to accommodate future development, we must provide on-street parking. Now, that does not make any sense to me. I have some sympathy for the argument like, hey, I have a business here. We've been here for 40 years. We've adapted to the state of the street as it is. Therefore, I want to keep the on-street parking in front of my business. Fine. But if we're starting from scratch, we're developing a new, and we've seen this with many of the developments, like they don't include a whole lot of on-site parking. And so accommodating left turns for those new buildings, having all these on-street parking spots, that could be trees, that could be sidewalk cafes, that could be many other things. Yeah, I think that's the part where I would really like to see a rethinking of those 2 blocks. I think that's the least convincing. I think generally in terms of the trade-offs with on-street parking, the number of proposed trees, if I counted correctly on the slides, was like 10 on the whole stretch. And I think that's a trade-off. If you asked people, would you rather have the on-street parking or would you have more than 10 trees on the street? I think I have an idea what the answer would be. Like, yes, some loading zones we need, but it seems like we've tried to maximize those, well, not maximize. There's some terrace space, but I think like that's something where we should take a look. Where does it make the most sense to have space for those trees? At the intersections, I think, yes, the shortening of the crossings is great. I think we should try to do more with turn radius, rethinking some of the left turns, the left turn from westbound Regent onto, let me pull up my map. So eastbound from Regent onto Charter Street, I feel that's one. Do we need that left turn lane there? because charter doesn't go through. And I think that's a good argument. Like that's what we're doing with Brook Street, like eastbound Regent to northbound Brooks, where that left turn is prohibited. And I think we could consider that at charter as well, to again create more space for things that we want and shorten those crossing distances. Yeah, and with the whole parking and delivery situation, this is maybe more of a question than a comment. I mean, I think what I've heard from the registrants and what I've heard from staff is that there's the need for deliveries, there's the need for food pickup, and then there's like the family that comes from swim training that has a sit-down dinner, and there's the employees who need parking spots. And to me, those are very different demands on the space. And so that's maybe where I'm curious, like, how are we going to handle, like, if we have a semi-truck unloading for an hour, obviously the food delivery driver can't park there. If we have the family having a sit-down meal for an hour, then we can't have the delivery truck. And so, yeah, I'd be curious to learn more about the curb management aspect of this. And yeah, I guess the last piece I want to say, I mean, I think I would much have preferred to have the in-lane boarding. It sounds like Metro has no concerns with it, but I mean, I think it would create more space for shelter amenities. It would improve operations for Metro, but Metro doesn't seem to think that that's needed. So there's that. Yeah, I think that's what I have for feedback. Thank you.
I think Tom has some comments for you, Harold. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I could clarify some of the things here. I realized I glossed over some of this, especially east of Mill Street. So I'll go through that first. So east of Mill Street, we're maintaining one eastbound lane through Brook Street, and that's where it opens up. We didn't show anything here on the UW Health Clinic site as far as sidewalk. That's something that we're going to have to work out with them. We're likely going to get a sidewalk easement to get that placed in there. I didn't want to show anything. Didn't want to make it look like we are anything set in stone here. So that's just something that we're going to have to work out. We'll try to get wider sidewalk and terrace here to maximize the space, but they do have plans for redevelopment in the future, and they want to maximize their available space for redevelopment. And it's kind of the same thing on this block. So this entire property here, I think I mentioned, is currently vacant. And there's a very good chance that this also gets redeveloped, or this gets redeveloped very soon. So what we have shown here is almost closer to a placeholder, and it will likely change. Then when this, I just think there's a very good chance that even during our design process, we're going to learn more about what this is going to look like. And same thing here, we're going to try to get some more space to get the wider sidewalks and terraces that we want here. There's no one, of course, on this block advocating for anything that's on this block. So it's more of a placeholder, and I would expect it to change through final design and discussions with redevelopment that occurs here. And then left turns volumes. I can go into detail on that. I don't know if you want me to, but I did prepare slides for that because I figured this would come up. Let me see here. No, I'm not going to find it. Here we go. So left turn volume. Do we need left turns? Do we not? And that's a good question. We could probably today get by with it without left turns based off the current volumes. So currently we have about 10 to 20 left Given the current volume of 755 vehicles per hour in the opposing direction, left turn vehicles are going to be waiting for gaps to turn left. There's operational issues with that and an increase of crashes with that where a driver suddenly stops in lane to turn left. But the big unknown here is redevelopment and what's going to come in the future. And I think that based off the likelihood that there is redevelopment, we would hate to design something to then create an operational issue that we then have to fix with a redevelopment project. And as far as pedestrian crossing lengths, this is what we have with the left turn lanes on top, with the left turn lanes removed on the bottom. So, east side of Charter Street, it's from 43 to 42. West side is 3 extra feet. The east side of Orchard is 5 extra feet. So considering the trade-off, we think it's probably the best idea to account for future development with these left turn lanes and traffic flow. And like Mike mentioned with the buses, anytime you stop in lane, even if you're stopped for 30 seconds, during those peak hours, that's going to back things up through intersections, and it kind of has like a upstream effect, I guess. But it can really clog things up when we don't have to widen out the street too much more to get those in. So that was the thinking there.
Do you mind me asking why is the difference so small? The naive person that I am, you take a 10-foot turn lane out, you get 10 feet shorter distance, but that's obviously not how it works.
It's kind of related to the fact that we have to have that minimum width for the emergency vehicles. So the first thought was, well, just keep the center line where it is and pull this curb back. But then you do have to pull the curb back, for a full vehicle. But you can see how the center line shifts where we put the left turn lane right down the middle of the street. So we only have to widen out a little bit. And turning movement, accounting for turning movements also plays into it. Maybe not so much here. It's really just the radius. We're limited by that. So basically, I explain it better this way. So there's been discussion about the 13-foot travel lane, and we would go down narrower than that if it weren't for emergency vehicles. But since we already have to have those wide travel through lanes, we could replace it with 2 narrow lanes and not have to expand it out so much. Replace it with 3 narrow lanes rather than 2 wide lanes that we have to have those wide lanes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for explaining that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So other comments or recommendations for Tom? Tom and Andy are looking for direction from TC. Alder Okovich, go ahead. Can't hear you, Alder.
Thank you, Chair. I have been going back and forth on how important the bike lanes are. I do think one of the commenters put it well in their written comments where the fact that we have a bike lane a block and a half away isn't a good reason to not have a bike lane here. It's a better reason. The whole point of having these things is to have networks that connect together, and going out of your way to then come back is not really conducive to the modal hierarchy or complete green streets. That being said, I hear a lot of the comments about, there's no structured parking or anything like that. I'm wondering if we're considering like the parking situation too much in terms of the current parking ordinances and not, we're working on curb demand management. Harold put it well when he said there's, people have brought up a bunch of different things that are totally conflicting curb demands. And when we have a curb demand management plan and tools and the ordinances to better be able to manage those curb tools, we might be able to do with less parking, but still maintain the same amount of deliveries. Or, also have space for whoever to do long-term parking if we can get structured parking. All that to say, I'm on the fence. I would say if we don't have on-street bike facilities, I think we should have a minimum a 12-foot terrace everywhere, because people are going to need to walk their bikes to actually visit the businesses on the street, which is why I was particularly focused on that 9-foot. I think Carl made a lot of really good points, so I won't echo all of them, but that's sort of where
Okay, thanks, Alder. Other thoughts from people? Robbie?
Yeah, I'll just chime in that I do live on the near west side. I go near Regent Street frequently, but I do not visit Regent Street frequently for two reasons. First of all, out of sight, out of mind. If I'm on the Southwest Path, I do not see the businesses and I forget that they're there. I mean, that's just the way it is. I think all businesses know that you want people to see your business. Bicyclists do not see your business because they don't bike on Regent Street. So just like the guy who said he spends a lot of money on pastries and coffee, but not on Regent, unless I decide to make a special trip, then I just don't visit. But then secondly, it's intimidating. I mean, if I do go to Budget, that's the one place that I make a special trip to go to. But then if I want to visit another location, then I have to figure out, do I detour off of Regent Street? Do I ride with traffic on Regent Street? Or if it's on the other side of the street, do I have to worry about crossing the street? And maybe I have to cross twice if I'm, say, at Jordan's for lunch, and then I want to go down to the Budget used store. That means going to the south side, riding along Regent, and then crossing back again to get there. So I think there's a misunderstanding sometimes that if there's a route close by, that's good enough. Bicyclists just don't go. They just don't go to the businesses if they don't see them, if they don't feel comfortable riding and parking next to the business. Same as car drivers. If there's not an exit off the highway, you're not going to go to somebody's business if you're driving. So I just want to sort of put that out there. I honestly didn't think we were going to get bike facilities on Regent Street. I understand that it is a limited right-of-way. I understand that. And I do want to see better pedestrian facilities, and I want to see better crossings. I am slightly disappointed that the crossings are not even better than they are. I hear that we're reducing the crossing distance by 30%. That doesn't necessarily help if traffic doesn't yield. And it's the same thing as a bicyclist. I can't reach that flashing light to signal that I want to cross. So I have to either wait for a break in traffic, which is two ways, it's like, especially if it's rush hour, or I have to go down to Randall or Mills to get a light. And then again, it's a detour. So I really want people who are considering this and people who have businesses on there to think about the fact that if you don't, just like you're worried about the parking for car drivers, if you don't accommodate bicyclists and they don't see your business, you're losing out on the business. I can just tell you from my own experience that I go to places on Regent much less than I would have if it was easier to bike on or to cross Regent Street. So I'm just throwing that out there. As I said, I didn't really think that we were going to get accommodations. I would like to see the crossings be significantly better so that pedestrians and bicyclists can get across the street more easily. I think that's got to be a priority. Thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And apologies for having my camera off so much of the night. I'm having bandwidth issues. Thanks, Tom and Andy, and also all the work in the neighborhood and the revisioning of what Regent Street could be. So I'm really impressed with the efforts. I think my big piece of feedback is I still have concerns about the crossings as well. So I would echo Robbie's concerns. I'm wondering if there's still ways to narrow those that accommodates for the emergency vehicles, whether they're bump outs or that we do some raised crossings. It just still feels like a really long crossing distance. And then, I also have, as much as I have been a fan of the flashing beacons in their early inception, I am wondering if our drivers are just starting to numb out to them. We have certainly heard quite a bit about that concern from the public comment following Sasha's killing. And I see it every day as I cross. More and more drivers are just blowing through our RFBs. So, really looking at how are we managing the street crossings where we don't have signalized intersections on Regent. And then the last thing that I have is in that block, and I understand, the reasons why that Monroe Street to Randall part is not in the scope of the project. So I hear that, I appreciate it. I do wonder about the transition going from that block, especially going eastbound. We go Regent quite a bit. Almost every weekend, and what we observe in the car is cars coming off Monroe Street and then wanting to get ahead of us because we're actually following the speed limit, novel concept. And so they jump into the right-hand lane if there's no cars parked, and they're doing the weave in and out of the traffic lane and the parking lane. And so I'm concerned about that behavior continuing, and then concerned about what happens when they move to, the new street design. Does that become a choke point? So those are just a couple of the things that are still sitting with me as concerns. So thanks so much, everybody, for the good work and the long evening.
Thanks, Denise. I don't see anybody else in the queue right now, so I'll wait then. Remember, our special rules say I have to wait till everybody else has a chance to speak before I do. So, Harold, go ahead.
Sorry, Anne. I'll keep it
No,
short. But
those are the rules. I follow the rules.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
No, I think what Robbie and Denise said just simulated some additional thought. Tom, did you look at all into the possibility of tabletop/raised crossings? I know there's probably concern, but I know we did them on Monroe Street. They're not very bumpy, but that worked with the metro route, and I think it's an emergency route as well. Is that on the table potentially?
Yes, yep, we discussed that. It would be similar to Monroe Street. So yeah, if there was a strong desire for something like that, that's definitely something we would consider. And again, yeah, some of that stuff gets kind of into the final design where it's hard to commit right now to some of that stuff, but raised crossings like the Monroe Street tabletop at the intersections, raised crossings across the side streets, things like that are definitely in the toolbox for this.
Okay, that's great to hear. Like, yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm not totally convinced by the Monroe Street ones that they do a whole lot, but hey, I mean, we build a new street, so we might as well include them. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Harold. So I'm going to give you my thoughts. Obviously, a lot of work has been done from the visioning that Alder Evers talked about to the large amount of engagement and work that has been done by staff in terms of the designs that we saw this evening. And there was a lot of great communication in explaining why alternatives were considered and how the preferred design alternative came to be. I think I heard Tom say this, and Tom, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I share the hope that pedestrian crossings and facilities can be improved over what we're seeing tonight. And my impression, Tom, is that you intend to work on that. And that is one of your goals. And I think that's the most consistent thing that I heard tonight was that, pedestrians are at the very top of our modal hierarchy. And as noted in your presentation, the major concern that everyone had. And as much as we can improve those crossings and improve those facilities, that is what I would also like to see. But that being said, an incredible amount of balancing has been done in putting together the design alternative that you're recommending tonight. And I support it because of everything that I heard and because I believe and hope that we'll see some additional thanks for the improvements that you're recommending for pedestrians and hope to see just a little bit more that will improve them even further within the constraints that you have. So those are my thoughts. So I don't know that you need a motion tonight. Have you heard, Tom, enough information that you feel that you can move forward, or do you need more definitive comments from other people on the commission?
It is a little gray right now. It'd be great to hear from everyone.
Yeah, Chris, what are your thoughts, Chris?
I don't have any thoughts that haven't been said, honestly.
Alder Martinez Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have anything new, but
what I would say is that I would like you to consider more bike infrastructure and absolutely do your best to improve pedestrian crosswalks as much as possible.
Could you speak up a little bit, Alder, please?
Yeah, sorry. I've got to
I'm sorry. You do sound like your voice isn't working great. I just couldn't hear you very well.
Oh, is this better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. I would say like the bike infrastructure is really important to me, but most of all, the pedestrian safety is at the forefront of my mind on this, and improvements in those crosswalks and intersections would be my biggest priority, just because I want to protect people, right? And there are a lot of people that walk around there. So I don't have much that didn't enlighten you any, but those are my thoughts.
Thanks, Alder. Alder O'Brien, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to everybody who's worked on this. I don't have anything additional really to add. I've spent a substantial amount of time on this road. As a kid, my therapist's office was there and my doctor's office, and I've spent a lot of time there in college and now post-college and whatnot. And I know that there's been long conversations for many, many years about this road and improvements. And I think this is a remarkable balancing project with the needs for utilities and pedestrians and emergency vehicles and all of that. And so I think this is, as good as it can be to balance the needs of all of this. I think I echo the sentiments that I would like to see some, maybe improved markings and whatnot with the pedestrians and trying to make sure that we have strong bike connections to the areas that we can provide those connections to, and making sure that that is clearly delineated where applicable and where needed. But I know that there's been a lot of work that has gone into this project and a lot of community input, and I appreciate everybody who's been working on this for many, many, many years. I also think I would like to see some more trees because the street can get really hot, and I've heard that from a lot of community members, but that's just because I enjoy walking down there with a little cup of coffee during the summertime. So thank you.
Okay, so does anyone disagree with the statement that pedestrian crossings and pedestrian safety is the highest priority, so as much as you can do to improve that would be appreciated? Does anyone disagree with that? If so, raise your hand. Okay, Tom, so that's good, right? So that's a step in the right direction. I guess the next question is, we've heard a lot about bike connections versus bike infrastructure on Regent Street. I went into it personally thinking, maybe we could do lanes on, or bike facilities on Regent Street. And, after what we heard at the December meeting and everything that I read and heard tonight, I'm convinced that, if we don't add bike infrastructure on Regent Street, but work hard on those connections off Regent Street into the Southwest Commuter Path, et cetera, that seems like a viable option. So I don't know if people agree with that, or if it sounds like some people may agree with that and some people may not agree with that. But I didn't hear as many people disagreeing with the bike portion of the plan as I thought perhaps that I would hear. So I guess in my mind, Tom, you're getting a lot of thoughts, and not everybody is consistent, other than pedestrian safety and maybe working a little bit more on the pedestrian improvements. So I guess the main question is there a strong objection to staff continuing in the direction that they are headed, as long as we can hope to see improved as possible pedestrian crossings and infrastructure on the street or facilities, and as the strongest bike connections possible. Those were the main themes I heard, but it's we're going past 4 hours now, so my brain capacity is probably not as good as it was at the beginning of the meeting. So if I'm wrong in those statements, I'd like to hear from people so that Tom and Andy can hear if they're on the right track, or if we don't think they're on the right track at all. Because I think they're on the right track, and I'd just like to see a little bit of an improvement in those few things that I mentioned. So I guess I'd like to hear if people agree with that, or if I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just trying to understand what direction we're giving to folks. Chris, go ahead.
I guess for the sake of weighing in, I think I agree with everything you just said, and prioritizing pedestrian connections. I think it would be quite the feat to accommodate bicycles properly here. So I agree that it doesn't seem plausible to do much for bicycles. And I guess the only other theme I heard was the idea that we don't need to be working extra hard to accommodate future parking demand that doesn't exist and may not exist if the TDM program works as it should and development happens like we hope. But I also am not a great thinker 4 hours into this.
Yeah, it's hard when we go this late, isn't it? It really works, makes us work harder. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel bad for the transportation improvement plan that's later on the agenda.
Yes, I did ask Chris if he would be violently opposed to us pushing that to the next meeting. So we'll have that conversation once we get done with this one. Go ahead, Harold.
Yeah, on the bike piece. So I came into this meeting, I spent a lot of time on street mix, coming up with different cross sections. And I thought I think it's hard, but I thought maybe we should give this another try. Maybe there is a way to accommodate bikes in a way that's not horrible, not an on-street lane next to high turnover bike rate, parking lane. At that point, I did not know about this whole 28-foot emergency business. And when I heard that, I was like, okay, that's kind of it. With the 66-foot right away and all the other demands, I don't think it's worth pursuing the bikes on Regent Street option. It sucks. And I feel like this is something that we should tackle at some point in the future, getting an understanding where are the 28 feet required, so that we don't waste time planning cross sections that then don't work. This should probably be part of the complete green streets guide. Here are the emergency routes where we can't do these certain things. So I think, it's not worth pursuing the bike on Regent option. One thing I would point out that maybe you should inform the planning, if we have 9-foot, 10-foot, 12-foot sidewalks, probably people will be tempted to bike on them with good reason. And so thinking about strategically, where do we put bike share stations? Where do we put bike parking with regard to the block faces? How can we ensure access to businesses, maybe sometimes from the back alley or something like that? I think that's just something, Tom, that you should keep in mind as you plan that. I think, it will just happen. And what Chris said about complete green streets guide, I think says that we build the streets for the demand that we have now and not for some future demand that we envision. So I think keeping that principle in mind going forward is important too.
Okay, so the main gist that I'm hearing is that generally that we're supportive of the direction, agreeing that pedestrian crossings and pedestrian safety is the highest priority, So as much as you could do to improve that would be appreciated. Strongest bike connections possible off Regent Street to connect would be appreciated. And thanks, Chris, that is a good theme, that we shouldn't work extra hard on future parking. Because we have, I mean, how often have you come to TC and we've said, parking's at the bottom of the modal hierarchy. So, you know, we have, as was pointed out, we have ways to deal with that through TDM and other things relative to future parking. So we shouldn't put that as a priority. It should be at the bottom of the list. So does anybody disagree with those general themes? Otherwise, being supportive of the direction in the preferred alternative. And Tom and Andy have been taking lots of notes. I know that. I took lots of notes. So they're going to think of everything that you said, but I'm trying to consolidate it down to our general thoughts so that we have offered staff the direction that they feel they need. So Tom, Andy, your thoughts at this point?
Yeah, I feel really good about the feedback. Now that everyone's weighed in, I'm comfortable, ending the discussion here. I've been taking notes. I think we've got good direction on what improvements you want to see. So I just want to thank everyone. It's a lot to go through. It's a lot of stuff. It's not easy. So thanks.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate all the committee members weighing in on their thoughts. That was important to me to hear. And I want to thank Tom for his thorough presentation to get everything that the team has been working on over the last 10 months into a, really detailed presentation.
Well, thanks to you. And I've said this before, but I'm going to take this opportunity to say it again, that the members of this commission impress me every meeting, because in order to offer the feedback that you did, you had to review all of that information that you were given. And I'm so proud to be on a commission where people are so committed and so actively involved in the process. And it's just evidenced by your comments tonight. So, and thanks to staff for your work. Clearly a ton of work went into it. And Alder Evers, thanks for your work and the work of the others who have been involved in this vision to help us arrive at this point in time. So any last comments before we move on? And we will see it back again when you are ready with the resolution. Unless you feel a need to come back again, Tom and Andy, we'll leave that up to you. Okay.
Thank you.
No other comments at this point? Okay. Thanks, Alder Evers.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are at, let's see, 4 hours and 17 minutes that we've been going. So Chris Petakowski has been sitting patiently waiting during that time. However, I asked Chris earlier if he'd be agreeable if we decided we wanted to push it off. I'm worried that we won't give it that, we're so long and so late that, Chris, it may not be the best participation and the best feedback at this late hour. So your thoughts if we asked if people might be willing to refer this to the next meeting or when you might be available?
I'm also in favor of referring at this point. However, there was one attendee that registered to speak that waited 4 hours. So maybe we want to hear what they have to say.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was not aware that there was somebody registered to speak on that item. Up to people, but I would love to hear from that person who waited all this time if they're here and still waiting to speak. Robbie?
I think we can probably hear comment and then table it until the next meeting.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't we hear from a member of the public if they're still here with us? And thanks for letting me know that, Chris. And then we can get a motion after that. So Aiden, who do we have?
Thanks, Ann. So we have Steve Books of Spruce Street, registered in support and wishes to speak.
Okay.
Okay, hello?
Yes, hello.
Okay, hi, yes, I'm Steve Books. Yes, I initially signed up to talk about the transportation improvement plan as far as resolution 92030. If you were going to talk about that tonight, about the electric rates for charging the buses. Because on the city council page of 219, it said that the Transportation Commission was going to take that item up about the electric feet pilot 1 service agreement.
Okay, that was withdrawn at the council meeting. So that resolution was withdrawn from the council meeting, so it never did come to the Transportation Commission.
But it says it's going to be back there on 310.
Okay, I've not seen that yet. So we have an agenda meeting next week, so I'll have more information. If that is on the agenda for the 318 meeting, we'll know that later this week when the council agenda is published, I believe.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll leave my comments for later, but yeah, I was just going to say that with the electric rates, possibly go to a time of use charger on them on meters that would be plugging into the buses that can be charged at night. Might be able to get a better rate with MG&E.
Okay, well, we appreciate you waiting to make that comment, but that item is not on the agenda tonight, and we'll certainly look forward to hearing from you if it is on a future agenda.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, that's it. Yep, good night.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so relative to item 4, do we have a motion, Harold?
I move referral to the next meeting.
Okay. Do we have a second? Alder Olkovich?
I will second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to refer to the next meeting. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous consent vote in favor of referring to the next meeting? Okay, thanks so much. Do we have any crossover reports from anybody tonight? I can't wait till the next meeting, perhaps. Okay. I am going to take the time for an announcement because WISTAT is holding a public involvement meeting on North Stoughton Road on March 16th from 5 to 6:30 at Madison College Truax Building. And Aiden, I think you might have a postcard from Christoph that has the details in that. Can you just make sure that those details get emailed out to TC members, because we are going to be we're planning to talk about this at the meeting on March 18th. And so in case anybody wanted to attend, I want to make sure everybody has the details and knows that there is that public information meeting on March 16th from 5 to 6:30, an in-person meeting. So just wanted to let you know that. And future agenda items, WISTAT North Stoughton Road discussion, WISTAT Park Street discussion, potential short-term solutions to improve traffic safety on South Park Street. Obviously, the tip review that we referred, Vision Zero progress report, annual crash fact report and follow-up, no red on red, update on safe routes to school, and quarterly traffic safety report. And clearly, that's too much for the next meeting. So we'll have an agenda meeting next week, and we'll winnow it down to the items that we really need to talk about at the March 18th meeting. Anybody have anything else for future meetings? Oh, and I do intend to bring up sadly, there was an 8-year-old who was injured in a vehicular crash when they were on their way to school. And I believe they were headed to Orchard Ridge Elementary. The crash happened near Toki Middle School and Orchard Ridge Elementary. So we'll be talking about that at our agenda meeting, and that's the whole safe routes to school issue that we've been very concerned about and talking about at our meeting. So I do intend to bring that up at our meeting. Anybody have anything else for future agenda items? Okay, thank you for hanging with us, everybody, through a long meeting, and thanks again for your active participation. And take care, everybody. Thanks. Oh, I need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion.
I think we're in favor of that, but Alder Martinez Rutherford.
I move we adjourn.
Okay, Robbie.
Second.
Sorry, I almost missed that last procedural step there. I'm assuming unanimous consent vote to in favor of adjournment. And thanks, everybody, and we'll see you next time.